Alright, I'm gonna announce the stream start. The ad should be over by now. I did the ad thing again to turn off the pre-rolls. So let me just announce the stream. Oh, fuck, you know what I forgot to do? Damn it. I forgot to set the stupid HDMI cord for the back of the TV. Let me see if I can do that like real quick. It might take 2 seconds, but if it's not super obvious, I'll just not do it. I did it! I think I did it. Damn it! I got my thing stuck. Woo-wee! There we go. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. You know what else I should do in this game that I've been kind of forgetting to do? Observe the evidence. Like, remember you had to, like, examine the evidence in this one? I haven't really done that much for this playthrough. I kind of should. Dun 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 dun. That's terrifying. That's actually horrifying. Wasn't there a way to, like, rotate evidence or some shit? Secret signature? No, okay. This one's useless. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. There's actually, like, not a lot of examination to be done in this one, which is interesting. Because, that was kind of the whole gimmick to this game, was examining shit. Oh well, that's fine. Alright, time for the moment of truth. Did my TV setup thing work? Did I get HDMI 1 back? I did, baby. Woo! Damage to the cervical vertebra. Yeah, okay, here's the thing. So, remember last time we played this, the thing that was established is as follows. Supposedly, dude was vibing in his room. Little cat crawled through the vent. Little kitten. That girl tried to get it back by putting the cat toy through the vent, which is what caused what's-his-face to notice something, get up, trip over the black cat in the darkness, slam into the wardrobe and die. Broke his neck. Instantly. Done. The problem with that is twofold. First problem. He wrote something before he died, supposedly, with ink on the floor. If he died of instantly breaking his neck, why would he write Tapatutubo? Just like, how could he if he had instantly broken his neck and fucking died? And the second thing is this, the cat's bell? Half of it is in the room, the locked room. The other half of it is in Pavlova's trash can in the next room over, so she was in the room. She had to be in the room. So I don't understand what's going on right now. This case is insane, I don't get it. Doesn't actually make any sense. Seal? These must be remnants of the glue you used to stick the paper seal on the wardrobe. That's right, it was pulverized rice. Pulverized rice? Yes, I pulverized some of the rice for my evening meal, even though it broke my heart. Broke your heart? What do you mean? Remember, I'm a stowaway on this ship. All I had to eat were Kazuma's leftovers. Even a couple of grains of rice could have meant the difference between life and death. Oh my, it must have been awful for you. But I have some glue with me as it happens. You're welcome to use it this evening. Oh, thank you very much. He used fucking nasty-ass rice to stick that shit to the wall. It's disgusting. Let me check court record again. Yeah, okay, there's like nothing to rotate in this one. This is crazy. That was like the whole new mechanic they added, and they used it once? No, they used it twice, that's true, because they... No, they didn't. This one's not rotated either. Oh, it is. Okay, good. Yeah, so they used it like twice. That's fine, I guess. That's plenty. Booga. Is it working now, reanimated bit? It work? Booga. I think it works. Booga, because Booga tested it like 10 minutes ago. It was what I thought. Basically, since the Twitch leak thing happened, they just unlinked all of my fucking accounts. They unlinked the YouTube archive. They unlinked the Booga sound effects. They unlinked the Streamlabs. They unlinked fucking everything that I had set up. It's super obnoxious. So I'm just like slowly trying to figure out what I need to reconnect.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka. So I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast that she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
Guys, Darka was acting kind of sus because she vented. She actually vented right in front of the second imposter. This is so humorous because it really harkens back to the video game, the hit video game Among Us for the Nintendo PC. Hey, I'm moving my chair again. I can't get my chair in a fucking pleasant spot today, man. I'm geeking. I'm actually just geeking today. It works? Okay, good. Perfect. Good to know, good to know. And that is how you acquired a rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, Angie. I love that fucking sound effect, man. That was the best thing to hear live. That fucking stupid lady, Angie, fucking looping her ass. God, that Games Awards was amazing. I really hope they keep the technical difficulties in the Game Awards. It's actually the best part of the whole experience. When you just have to watch them, like, present Marble 2, Revenge of the Race Cars, like, I don't give a fuck.
Yes, and I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin.
I feel like she's slipped from, like, Russian accent into just Borat, which is not great. I don't know how Russians speak. Yeah, I'm waiting for the fucking Game Awards, man. They need to have stuff. They gotta bring it back. We gotta see extra drip on Jeff, and we gotta see all the best games. We gotta see the new Fire Emblem. We gotta see the new Death Stranding emblem. They actually released the new Death Stranding already. I forgot about that. The director's cut. I kind of want to try it out to see what new shit they added.
It was very quiet. I'm sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loves the toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling that Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova, trying to retrieve her pet. Wow, that's crazy. I thought this was gonna be like so much more complex, this mystery. I still remember when I remember the speckled band thing back when it was like trying to hint that it was like the Sherlock Holmes story. I legit thought that it was like a snake charming whistle. Ba 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 ba. It was not at all. She was just whistling for her little cat. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. They do that sometimes. I fucking hope so, man. I would love to see Elden Ring gameplay. I just don't want them to show two things. I don't want them to show, like, big level segments, and I don't want them to show boss fights, because I love going into those games blind. I do not want to see a boss fight. I trust them to make good boss fights. I don't need to see it. What I do want to see is, like, how the systems are gonna work. Like, how the free roam elements are gonna work. How the new, like, battle combat stuff works. It looks very similar to DS3, but I don't know yet. And I want to see the online, like, co-op / invasions, how exactly that's gonna work, like, what the limitations are gonna be. Those are the three biggest things I would like to see out of, like, an Elden Ring gameplay.
I had to wait for her to climb down, but then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Kazuma was. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it would seem the good master shit himself. Oh, it means what you saw the victim was stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. Oh, he didn't trip over the cat, he tripped on the bell, okay. No, I don't buy that, really. Why would it cut evenly in half? If you stepped on the... Wouldn't it just crunch? It's made of fucking glass. Maybe he's very, very light, or he has very, very thin feet. His feet are made of Nihon katanas folded over 1,000 times, cut through the strongest of steel. Oh, the what? The good phantoms are red? That's gonna be the most confusing shit in the universe. That's actually crazy. It would be kind of awesome if the invaders just look like regular. I would love invaders to just look like hosts. That's my most liked version. Just because you get to show off your fashion the easiest that way. I'd be down for it. I'd be down for going back to just like colored outlines. I mean, I would like no shadowy stuff at all, but we'll see, I guess. If the regular good guys are red, then there's a decent chance. The Ursa's Burger is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over. Nope, that's not what happened. That is 100% not what happened. I don't know why this guy is trying to mislead me or if he's just dumb, but if you'll recall, the reason everything in the room was shifted over to the left, like, everything got flung over, is because of the rocking of the ship. And what we determined is that that is what caused the door to lock. It was not locked from the inside during the killing. It was the ship lurching which caused the door to lock afterwards. So, if the ship had lurched, causing him to trip and die, then by the time this girl had tried to go to retrieve the bell, it would have been locked. There'd be no way in. There would have been no way in to retrieve the bell, so that's not what happened. 100% that is not what happened. This guy's full of shit. But what became of the kitten afterwards?
I do not know. In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Okay, so yeah, she definitely brought the bell. The fucking cat did not carry the bell all the way back up through the ventilator.
Yet darker is nowhere to be seen.
Okay, it's a darker shade than Invader Sunbros. Cool, that's a good color for the co-op at least. I think that's pretty cool. I'm down for that.
I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least.
The fuck does that mean? When I woke up this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it, and where did it come from? He's petting his awesome snake. This guy rules. There he is. Das Vidanya. What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on such a ship? I really thought the twist was gonna be like that these guys were all in on it and it was like a fake crew. I really thought, especially when it was like the thing about everybody not remembering the last night and being like all drugged. And like this guy's shirt doesn't fit properly. But I don't think that's it anymore. Now I don't think that's it at all. But yeah, this guy's shirt, I think it's just funny because his shirt doesn't fit because he's too big. What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Porosko. What? What? That snake belongs to... Oh, this is the butler. That snake belongs to you, sir. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? Yeah, so I think that... Yeah, okay, so definitely... That guy has to be in on it. Strogolian, he has to be in on it. I was saying earlier, like last session, that he seems like he might be like an accomplice. I think that's probably what it is. There's one thing that he didn't report stuff in his like logbook activity, but there's also the fact that the snake is in her room, and we've already established that the doors are like fucking airtight, so... But then again, there are the tubes. One of the tubes connects to where he's stationed, like that little guard station. So it could have crawled up one of the tubes and come out in here. But I don't know, that seems like kinda unlikely. Then again, the tubes haven't come into play literally at all yet. Unless they're just a real thing that's on ships that they had to put in. But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend. So without someone who understands, couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better?
No. But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in.
No venom. Pirosco does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. He is pretty adorable, I like Pirosco. He's cute AF. I would love to have a giant dumb boa constrictor wrapping around my face at all times. Man, his band ain't speckled at all.
It's venomless?
Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile.
And you feed him what?
Milk, I suppose? Like they say milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirosco eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses.
Ah.
Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food?
Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Wow. Okay, so the mousetrap also has nothing to do with anything, supposedly. Is this whole case just to teach you, like, to try to throw you off balance that not everything means anything? Because this is incredibly convenient so far. It's trying to get me to believe that there wasn't even a killing at all in an Ace Attorney game. What is the courtroom scene gonna be? Is it me in civil suit because I got scuff marks on their fucking floor? God damn. It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role?
It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirosco has nothing to do with this incident.
So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Is it though? Because that makes no fucking sense. That makes literally no sense. The next words out of Herlock Sholmes' mouth better be that make no damn sense. Mouth. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Miskatoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Nah, they're full of it. They're full of it! Susato's on the case. Why is Susato like the actual Sherlock Holmes? This is bullshit. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see, that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it.
I can. It's the fact that she has the bell. She shouldn't have the bell, it doesn't make any sense. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter.
Oh.
I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. When did he do that? My favorite, like, little dumb gag that they've been doing the entire case is just Sherlock Holmes constantly, like, handcuffing me and then unhandcuffing me without me noticing. It's very stupid. Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call.
You were Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, you were Mr. Sholmes? Intonation is important, it makes the sentence completely different.
This guy goes from being a fucking amnesiac to fucking confused. I really hope they do a first-person discombobulation. I want to see what it looks like from the receiving end. We only see it from the Sherlock end, but we never see the guy, you know, you see it in stars and shit. We never get to see that part of it. We even got to see the flying pile driver, so I don't see why not. I don't see why he can't discombobulate us. You know what else I've been thinking about? Now here's the crazy part, and this may be a huge overestimation. This may be like really thinking into it way too much, but I'm not even convinced that this guy is actually Sherlock Holmes, aka Sherlock Holmes. Because think about it this way, he has no fucking idea what's happening ever, and he just like randomly shows up doing stuff. And most importantly of all, every case in this game so far, there are only 2, so it's a small sample size. Obviously this may need some adjusting as we see more cases, but maybe they're just reusing concepts for some reason. But so far there's been a theme of mistaken identity. Every time there's been somebody disguised, right? First case, the butler guy actually ends up to be like the chief of detectives of the Japan Imperial Police. So that was pretty weird. He was disguised as somebody else, trying to pass off that he was somebody else. And then in this case, Pavlova was disguised as the revolutionary guy. She was disguised as like a Russian man with the big fake beard and the black glasses and stuff. So far that's been a consistency throughout the entire story, is like people not being who they say they are, people lying about their true identity. So I don't know, I'm like slightly suspicious of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I don't want to believe it's true, like say it ain't so, but at the same time, that is a consistency in the story. Again, this is 2, so there might be more to it, but like, yeah. So far, that's been like completely present throughout. Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. Also remember that he's coming back on the same ship as us from Japan when Watson was mysteriously fucking murdered, so there's that too. That's also pretty suspicious. He claims he was searching for the crown of the hidden king or whatever. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. If you look at him right now, like in this pose, he kind of just looks like an awesome robot friend. He kind of just looks like an awesome steampunk robot, like the 2 goggles are his eyes. That would be a way cooler character. Robot Holmes, are you kidding me? That shit would be fucking cash money. No, it's gone. Robot Holmes left. Now it's just a guy again. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. There's that fucking loser. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I'm a robot again, motherfucker. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes! What should we ponder first? What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? This is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it! Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let's show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. I'm saving. I think they want me to show the bell. Because that proves Pavlova was inside the room. But I'm not sure what they're getting at here. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. There's actually a lot that unequivocally proves that the death was no accident. There's the post-mortem report that says he died instantly, and the fact that he wrote a message after he was dead. There's the fact that the door was locked but the bell was retrieved. There's the fact that the ship's log was suspiciously empty, and even though he didn't say there was nothing to report. There's like a lot. But I think the glass bell is the most pressing because it proves somebody was in the room and is not telling the truth.
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in the logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened. Then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Pavlova's fucking shook, dude. She's standing in the rodent pose, that's how you know she got caught. I'm glad that I remember the stuff from last week, because like, I kind of thought last week that we were done with this segment, but we're actually like, I stopped it right in the middle of this segment, apparently. So that was my bad. But yeah, I'm glad I remember this shit. I was watching back the VOD, so that's probably why it's still fresh on the mind. No. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mrs. Asogi's cabin. Mr. Asogi, sorry. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Mithplova the Galgala told us was true. What? Who? So Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting the piece of glass aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... Wait, what does he want? There's some... Oh, it's a remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Ms. Pavlova told us was true. Gotcha. So I think this one's referring to the photograph, the Russian word written in ink. I think it's referring to that. Because they said specifically evidence inside the cabin. Yeah, a remnant of something that couldn't have been there if what Ms. Pavlova told us was true. Yes, I'm pretty sure it wants me to do this.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That's script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
You're full of shit. Russian is not a simple language. It's in the fucking Cyrillic alphabet shit. If you type stuff in the Cyrillic alphabet, get that ass banned out of the stream immediately. Just go ahead and ban your fucking self, because I don't want anything to do with you Russian fucks. If you can't use the normal alphabet, then, you know, das vidanya, as they say. If you're trying to learn the fucking Cyrillic languages, that shit's gotta be hard as hell. The whole new alphabet to learn. Especially if you're a Japanese guy. Japanese people don't even use the Cyrillic alphabet. They use those fucking stick alphabet. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebra. So it's not even gonna make me do this one. Cool. The damage to the cervical vertebra resulting in instant death. Oh. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, it couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was dead! Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, There was someone else in the room. Bum bum bum. And that same person deliberately arranged a scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up their own guilt.
Cat. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's.
Hold it!
You are wasting time. Oh, it's this guy. Someone else was there. Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Oh, he's gonna throw me under the bus? I? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There is no way in or out. Oh, yes. Uh-oh. They're definitely throwing me under the bus. They're gonna try to send me to prison jail. That's the worst type of jail to go into, dude. And only one other person in cabin was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. True, because the thing was stuck to the thing. It's sealed, remember I had glue on the back. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe on Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I'd been asleep the entire time. Do you guys think that perhaps Mr. Naruhodo-sama Ryunosuke-san is the kind of guy who says me, 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 me when he snores? Me, 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 me. I honestly think he probably is. I think the faint whistling sound that dude heard was actually him saying me, me, me from inside the wardrobe. He's the type of dude to wear like the full body little nightgown and the little sleepy cap. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. Here's the problem though, I don't know if Japanese people can say me, 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 me when they sleep. That might be an exclusively Western phenomenon. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. That actually still doesn't explain it at all. The funny thing is, this still doesn't explain it at all. Unless it wasn't Pavlova, but she's acting incredibly suspicious, so it's gotta be her. But if she knew what the bell looked like originally, she would have known that she only had half of it. If it was somebody else, then they wouldn't have known what the fuck it was, so maybe they would have taken it, but... yeah, she would have known, for sure. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Hold it!
Oh my god, dude, it's the White Knight Army. They're here. They're here to protect their queen. Seaman Stroganov. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. What are these Russian proverbs? None of these Russian proverbs are real at all. I give my tooth? You can't give people your teeth. You have so few of those. They're very precious. Guys, don't give your tooth to people. They will not pay you back. You can't collect a loan on that shit either. Like, you can't charge interest on your tooth. It is a losing investment for sure. You're gonna start looking like Uncle Cletus pretty damn soon when you got 3 teeth left in your gums. When you have 3 giant yellow teeth left stuck in your gums. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was locked shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. Ah, he's right. Killer can't walk through locked doors.
But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often
tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. No, you said the door was hermetically sealed.
Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap inside. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? That's awesome. She fucking threw me under the bus so hard.
So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside.
Not necessarily.
What?
I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before.
I don't believe it.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? Like some sort of shifting, sinking Titanic ship?
One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen.
Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin bolt door back up and... It's the books. I thought, what's-her-face idiot straightened out the books. I thought what's-her-face stupid idiot straightened out the books, did she not? Oh, maybe she only did it in the other room. Maybe she only did it in the main cabin. Maybe that's what happened. Yo, what is up, Jimmer? Yeah, Sherlock Gnomes is fucking winning, man. He has got them fucking back to the wall right now. That stupid Russian broad messed up big time this time. She's absolutely the killer. We've got her absolutely surrounded. She needs to come out with her hands up.
Yes! Yes!
She tried to blame her little cat for the murder, but we know it was her.
Look at the bookcase there.
See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
Fucking Susato got the armpit Bible going on. What the fuck is that shit? That book must smell like absolute dog shit. She has it tucked into her armpit all day, every day. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? How to do her fucking hair so it doesn't look like a goddamn leprechaun licked the top of her head. That's one thing that she could definitely improve on. What the fuck is this hairstyle? What is the one giant strand of hair like a blade of grass peeled back and everything else is regular? It's like the top of her head is a banana of sorts, an upside down banana peel. And I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it and I'm not liking it. And I need her to go ahead and shave it all off. She needs to go full on sumo wrestler mode. Sumo wrestlers aren't always bald, I take it back. They just seem like they should be. Sumo wrestlers are suspicious to me because they have like weird ponytails, but they should definitely be bald. They should look like Butterbean. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. My feet! Oh, the bolt on the cabin? I thought he was gonna burst into dance. It was the bolt on the cabin door, though. Yeah, the turnabout music. Dun, da, 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 dun. That song is so fucking good in this one. I love that track. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. It is weird how they say yes in this one. Yes. I don't know what the deal with that is. I really don't. Is it just like a weird localization thing for this one? I don't know. It's strange. He did say objection once in the first trial, I believe. But in this case, they're all just like agreeing with each other. They're really good at improv, so they're all just yes-anding the entire mystery till it's completely written. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then...
Bum 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 bum.
Hello, is anybody in there? Oh, that sounds like... Yeah, we all saw this. The door slid shut.
Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of ineptia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Sogi was killed...
Bum 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 bum.
That is absolutely the worst ship design of all time. I'm still baffled that that was allowed to be a functioning ship. It's a fucking ship, bro. It's gonna rock. If the doors lock themselves every time the ship rocks, that's an obnoxious ship. It's like day one, you're gonna be locked out of every room on the goddamn vessel. The SS Burya made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all of the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Like an adorable little cat, perhaps.
Oh, yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my.
You have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova?
No, I do not really give a fuck. I want to go home.
Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Oh, it is simple enough.
Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside, used to trigger the emergency alarm? Aha! I actually was forgetting the button in the passageway outside, used to trigger the emergency alarm. I completely forgot that existed. I just assumed the captain was in on it, because of that scene where he said the captain wanted to see her. Oops.
Bum 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 bum. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence, the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. This sort of button, one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Oh my god. Maybe the captain isn't terrible and he just kept pressing it. God damn it. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Well, he forgot to list the most important safety feature that it does. When the emergency button is pressed when the ship is in dire danger of sinking, it also locks every single passenger in their room for safekeeping. Just, you know, until the cops can come pick them up from the bottom of the ocean. Keep all the water locked out. It's genius. It's the best security system designed by man.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. So he should be. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure that all can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop? Or did it not? You are idiots. Boria is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man.
What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night?
It's the thing that guy wrote. The ship's log. The ship's log. It's the ship's log, guys. Basically, the ship's log, usually the guy is supposed to report every half hour that nothing is happening, but he didn't do that last night. He did not do that for a stretch of many hours early in the morning. Bum, 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 bum. 3. What's y'all's favorite number? Mine's probably 3 o'clock a.m. 3 o'clock a.m. is definitely the spookiest time of the night, because that's the time of the night where you like look at your clock and you're like, fuck, I'm still awake at 3 goddamn a.m. Tomorrow's gonna suck my fucking balls, dude. It's the worst. It's the worst feeling. Looking over and seeing the fucking 3 a.m. blinking back at you in the darkness. In the cloying darkness. Especially if your name is Brixton Agoniov. Bob, it's this one. Yes! This is the ship's log. 12:34? That's a pretty good time too, to be honest. That one ain't bad. That means one of two things. 12 p.m. is either, like, 12 p.m. specifically is your day is half over. Like, you're almost done. You're in the final stretch. And then, at least for me. And then at, 12 a.m., that means it's time to go to bed and you get to sleep because it's fucking radical. Dun, 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 dun. Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area. Oh man, his name is Seaman, and it reminded me of the Nuzlocke that we lost last night. That was depressing. Well, we didn't lose it. The game deleted the save file, so I couldn't win. Which is basically akin to losing it. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship. Isn't that right? Duh, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine.
Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I always put it. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. Yeah, he got bitched up, dude. Yeah, looking at 3 a.m. when you gotta go to work in an hour. Ugh. That's pretty disgusting. Damn, 4:15 is early as shit. You know what that time is? It means the sun ain't even come up yet. It basically means the sun ain't even come up yet. It's, oh, I already read this part, my bad. But from 2 o'clock last night until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write, "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Gulp. He got caught, dude. Yeah, dude, he's a baker. It's actually true. He's gonna try to convince you otherwise, but that's just because he doesn't want you to break in and steal all of his delicious muffins. He doesn't want you to break in and steal all of his delicious treats for the following day. He leaves them on the windowsill, and then Drake floats over, sniffing with his big nose, and eats them. First, of course, he says, "Don't mind if I do," and licks his lips with his giant tongue. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Here, aboard the SS Burya. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because of something as major as an emergency stop that really happened. Surely all of us would have noticed. Yeah, this is the weird part. Is that everybody was like strangely drugged last night somehow. Everybody like woke up with a throbbing pain in the head and can't remember the previous night. Not in real life, like I didn't drug you guys, but like the video game characters. I am not the Cosby in this situation. It's somebody aboard this very vessel. It's the professor himself. You just see Bill Cosby's head, photorealistic, slide out of that little tube at the end of the room and then slide back in.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point. Yeah, he actually prepares fluids. He's a fluid man. He's basically a fluid bender when you get down to it. Dun, 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 dun. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean, sir?
Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah.
Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. But which head is the real question, because otherwise this case is going to take a disturbing turn. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Ba-bum, bum, ba-bum. And the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. You're a throbbing pain in my ass. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Thunderous erection. That's a phenomenal adjective. A+ use of descriptive language there. I have never heard that specific descriptor of an erection, but that's a pretty good one. That's definitely not bad. Top quality work on that one. Thunderous erection. Why didn't I wake up when that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it. I called this so hard. The chicken was what was spiked. I called this. Oh, you can watch back the VOD of like session 1. Or no, session 2. That was the case of this. I called that shit so early. Because Kazuma was like specifically the only one who didn't eat any of it. He was very specifically mentioned to have not eaten it because he doesn't like chicken because he's Japanese AF. Everybody else ate the poison chicken except for him. So yeah, I think my original theory, my like original theory might actually be right. I think what it was that cat go over, girl assumes that everybody's drugged for whatever reason, so she thinks it's safe to go in. She goes in looking for her cat, Kazuma sees her, so then she has to kill Kazuma because, you know, her identity was blown. I think that's what it was. I think we actually nailed it originally. So you enjoyed some of that whole roast chicken that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Wait a minute, but this is Sholmes saying this, so it's probably wrong and stupid. God damn it. It probably means it's actually wrong and dumb because he said it. My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? Digga, I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. Hey. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so that no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sherlock Holmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Well, Seaman. Me don't know anything, man. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And, were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. Robot mode, bitch, for aiding and abetting a renegade. Dang, dude, this renegade had it made, but unfortunately she is being retrieved for a bounty as we speak. Do more Fat Albert. I love Fat Albert, man. I was a huge fan of Fat Albert on the Cosby Kids. Well, I still am, but I also was before. Back before Bill Cosby raped all those people. Honestly, I feel like, people have strangely attributed Bill Cosby's rapes to Fat Albert. Fat Albert didn't rape anybody. I mean, as far as we know, maybe that's the next Me Too big reveal. There's always like a fun, it's like the Smash Brothers character reveals. There's always like a fun reveal of who is the rapist. Maybe the next one's Fat Albert, but as far as I know, Fat Albert is not a rapist, so. I still, like, I love Fat Albert still, it's great. I'm gonna put a drug in you. And here's the crazy part too, is that, Fat Albert, he kills somebody one time. He straight up murders a Nazi. He puts a paint bucket on his head and then hangs him. What the fuck was wrong with that show? That show was insane. It was so good though. I'm not gonna pretend like I don't like Bill Cosby. I still like Bill Cosby. He's great, he's super funny. I was watching some Bill Cosby just the other day. I read the book Cosmology. I didn't actually read the book, I just thought it had a funny title. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, I did not give a shit. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it is crazy. You are right, we put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh, we could not all make gold drug. Or you say dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. Woo, we put him to sleep, baby. You saw Bill Cosby in concert? Hell yeah. Oh man, he's great. He's a great comic. Bill Cosby's legitimately incredibly funny. Remarkably so, especially like, it's weird because now he just seems kind of whatever, like normal, but at the time he was like pretty crazy groundbreaking. Super, super funny dude. Very, very funny guy. I like the Cosb. And he also made the sickest show ever, Fat Albert. God, what a talent. What a talent. And he was good at raping too, that's the best part of all. At midnight, in water near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. I would honestly say that's probably one of the rarest skills for a comedian to have. So he was kind of a triple threat, you know? He did all of it. He did the comedy and the TV as well. But that one was probably the rarest skill that he had among his contemporaries. Not the most, probably popular gimmick you could have as a comic. Like, smashing watermelons with a hammer probably would have been a little bit less controversial, but I'm not gonna tell him how to do his job. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Beria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and a newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. Where did Pavlova get on the ship? Was this ever established? She said that she descended from the heavens and landed on the ship because she's an angel? And I don't know if we've ever contradicted that yet. I can't remember, because it's been a week, but... I remember there was a time I hypothesized that while everybody was sleeping, they had stopped at port and then just circled back around and pretended like we were further out than we thought. But now that theory doesn't really make any sense anymore, because now we know why they did the poisoning. It was not for that purpose. So I don't know when the fuck she got on the ship. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. Haven't we been at sea for like 2 weeks? Wasn't that the whole thing? But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Oh, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which, they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in the cabins for the night. Yes. Thank you for your stunning contribution, Susato. That was her most Maya-like moment so far. Just adding absolutely nothing to the conversation. Just like, you guys nailed it. Good, keep up the good work. She's just managing us right now. She's supervising the work going on. Detect faster. Deduce faster. Your dad has all the Cosby albums. They're good stuff. They're fucking funny albums. I love Cosby comedy. Cosby. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship. Bill Cosby, I wouldn't say is like my favorite comic, but he's probably top 10. I would say Bill Cosby's most likely top 10. The culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. I fucking love the music in this game, it's super good. Got a gun, dun dun. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailor don't listen to long boring stories. We don't believe. Sailor like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes. Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. No, he hasn't. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Okay, let's do this. I actually don't know where we're going with this. I don't know how we prove this is the problem, like physically with, I guess that's what the point of this is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance if you please. I don't think it's evidence we have already. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Yeah, so we gotta find some way that they were fucking with the painting. Like the little, remember said wardrobe on the ground? Wardrobe. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. All right. Oh, all right. I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. I see nothing. Ah, okay, I found it. Look, earring missing. Well, no, she still has an earring. Maybe she just has like asymmetrical earrings. Shit, we saw her. No, every time we've seen her, she must have had this same setup. Yeah, I don't remember her having that weird earring, but it seems very conspicuous. But I don't think that's it. Bop, 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 bop. Does the top of her head have like a giant bulbous dent in it from where he punched her on the top of the head? Bop, 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 bop. Her hair? No. Aha! Okay, there it is. Ink stain. Ink stain on the dude's shirt. Got him. Woo! Biggest mistake of your fucking life, pal. This dude got Super Mario Sunshine like way too hard. He literally got Super Mario Sunshine into the next dimension. Into the Super Mario Galaxy dimension, to be specific. That bitch is blue as fuck. Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain. In an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. This bitch was playing too much Splatoon 2, to be honest. This fucking Russian guy. Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. Can we talk about how the fact that Splatoon is the most fucking obnoxious game I've ever seen in my goddamn life? I would not be able to play that game just because of the fucking sound design. It's so annoying, the fucking music. Bum, 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 bum. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't present it. I keep doing that. I keep observing it instead of presenting it. Boing. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Ah, yes. I do not know where the dirt come from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. Ba 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 ba. We got him now. This is over, man. So this is a really fucking long case. Holy shit. But the thing is, like, when do we even do the trial? This game is very confusing so far in this, like, new observational mode. Because, like, we've done everything. What is there left to do with the trial? We've already done, like, literally fucking everything. And the last trial was 6 hours long, so I don't know how they're gonna pad 6 hours worth of this after we've already deduced all this shit during just the investigation. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. All right then, the evidence that proves what the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. It's this.
Yes!
Oh yeah. This game would be actually kind of better if you could mod it and replace Seaman Stroganoff with simply Seaman Strongbad. I would be down. Strongbad hasn't made a cameo in a game since like that TF2 gambling game, where you play cards with Sam and Max. I love that song. The Renegade. I used to think a black man sang that song, but I've been informed that it's in fact a white man, and I was confused. I don't think it's true. I refuse to believe it. In this photograph, the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink, purple. Oops, sorry. I pulled up the thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You must forgive me. Ugh. Ah, indeed. The penny drops, at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. Ding, 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 ding. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. Now let's be perfectly fair to Seaman Stronganov. The ink was blue. The ink on his shirt was 100% blue. I've been informed that I'm horrifically colorblind and that I can never tell what goddamn color anything is. But I'll tell you one thing, that ink was blue. That ink was bluer than the sea. It was bluer than the great blue moon up above. It was bluer than the inkiest, darkest night of blue. It was blue. There's no getting around it. There's no ifs, ands, or purples. It was 100% blue. Are you gonna tell me those fucking walls are purple too? I don't goddamn think so. If the ink had been dry, it wouldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. No, that's stupid, you're wrong. Alright, yes, it was me. I did it. Everything. Dang, dude. He's literally going down with his ship. And by ship, I mean this tiny Russian girl. He's gonna throw away his life for her. That's messed up, Seaman Stroganoff. What about your pet, Stronglunia? Who's gonna feed his mighty snake, his mighty serpent after he's gone? That's so fucked. I arrange everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I press the button to make Boria do emergency stop and bolt cabin doors shut. I do like the fact that he called him Wardrobe Man. That's the worst superhero of all time. It reminds me of this new game that's coming out. It looks so sick. There's an indie horror game that's being developed, and I don't remember what it's called. It's called like something Train Thomas or some shit. It's a horror game where you're a train conductor. Like you have to drive a train, and you're being chased by an enemy demon evil train. It looks so awesome. Like you're just kind of going around this island, like collecting upgrades for your battle train. And then the whole time you're being chased like by an evil demon spider Thomas the Tank Engine train. That shit looks so cash. It looks fucking awesome. I really hope that game comes out and is good. It's very ambitious, because like, what the fuck? What a strange concept. I want it bad. It looks very cool. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Biff, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then, our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. Well, what happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in the everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell on the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident where the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find the occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? She's not buying it, dude. He's making this story up whole cloth. He's literally inventing this story as he goes along. He is our generation's most gifted storyteller, Biff Strongbad. He might end up, I don't know, if worse comes to worse, he might end up being J.R.R. Tolkien, perhaps. This game does take place in the past, of the future as well. So, you never know. Was J.R.R. Tolkien Russian? I think he was a disgusting subhuman British man, if I'm not mistaken, so I don't think he was a noble Russian, actually, so never mind. I take it back. Biff Strongman is gonna die. He's going to jail. He's going to jail for tampering with the scene of a crime. The door was locked. Oh, not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened next.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I told you! When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside,
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Duh. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you.
I don't believe her worth shit. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph? Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events? A kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... Wait, where's he going with this? If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? The writing hand? What? I need to save this bad boy. But that can't be what they're looking for because we already established that, yeah? We established that like 10 times. That, like, he didn't actually write that shit. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? His head is facing this way, that's fine. He's got his little chicken wing arm, that seems fine. What? What is unnatural about this? The hand is like the only thing. But we already established this. Like, we just finished talking about the ink on the floor. This can't be what they're looking for, can it? What else is there? He's face down. That makes sense. Face down is not a problem. Because he got out of his chair, walked towards the direction of the wardrobe, and then tripped. Wait, no, yeah, the direction doesn't actually make that much sense. Do we have like a photo of the room? Basically, the way the room is laid out, if getting out of his chair and going to the wardrobe, he should be facing like straight back, but instead he's at an angle, like he was coming from the samurai sword direction. So his orientation is a little suspicious, but that's not really an option to point at. I don't know what they want from me right now, to be honest. I'm gonna try this, but this is like dumb, because it doesn't make any sense. Is it the fact that he's a big piggy nose that he's sniffing through? Is it his Arthur angry fist? No, that doesn't make any sense. He tripped and fell to his death, hit his head against the wardrobe. I don't understand what they're looking like. What do they want from me right now? I don't get it. I'll try this. Yes! I'll try this. It must be here, surely. No, that's not the right one. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry to hear that. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Oh, damn, got him. Sorry, I'll try that. Okay, so it's not that. I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes meant by unnatural, isn't it? The word written in a foreign language underneath his fingertip, surely. That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim has? What of your hands? That's the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard, Sholmes. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I? I think it actually is his angry fucking Arthur fist. What? But he hit his head on a wardrobe. Like, I think they're getting at that he would have tried to brace his fall as he hit the floor, right? Like, oh no, I'm falling. But if you hit your head on a wardrobe on the way down, that doesn't really apply, does it? If you have a sudden jolt when you're standing completely upright and fucking hit your head on the wardrobe, that's some dumb shit, but I think it's this. I guess it's this. Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yeah, when you're falling to the fucking floor! And yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something. Dun dun dun. Oh my god. What do you mean?
Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago.
You did?
And what, pray, do you imagine I found there? My dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense?
That's all he does.
Oh, damn. Okay, yeah, it's her earring. There you go. She's the killer, confirmed. Got her. Actually just fucking got her instantly. That's pretty cool. I feel like that was a really clumsy way to get there, but we got there, so that's what's really important here. That's unfortunate too, because that's the first thing we've missed this entire trial. That's the first, like, loss of a life point was that stupid. Bracing your fall even though you just, like, instantly got shot off your feet and hit your head against a wardrobe. That's not a thing. I'm sorry, but that's just not a thing, video game. If the ship just lurches and you supposedly fell and hit your head against the wardrobe, you wouldn't have time to brace yourself. Like a god. Like a low-tier god. Maybe he just really wanted to beat the shit out of a tiny cat. You don't know his life. Don't judge him. Don't speak ill of the dead, just because he liked to punch cats in their cat heads. This is what I found.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... Yeah, it's her earring. It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Well, let's wrap this up. This is like 100% just evidence. It's done now. Observation, that's the key. The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Bam, ba, bam, ba, ba. There you go.
Yes!
Done. Ear problem mystery solved. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding onto it must have broken, I suppose. What? But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. I don't believe it. Oh, damn, so Stroganoff actually didn't know. That's crazy. I thought he was just playing dumb, but he just didn't know. She fooled him too. Guys, I know I've beat this point into your heads 1,000 times, but this is why you can't trust white women. Next thing you know, defending them from a horrible murder that they committed. Next thing you know, you're trying to take the fall for a horrible murder that they committed. He made the classic mistake. A mistake every man's made at least once. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there was only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. I mean, I guess. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? I don't know, maybe he just wanted to, you know, whoa, fallen, gotta catch his balance somehow. What better object to grab onto than the, kind of like the tiny little earring that's at arm's length from him. What's he gonna grab onto, the fish cravat on this Russian gentleman? I don't think so. If there's one thing I can tell you, it's that Russians do not take kindly to you grabbing onto their fish cravats. Little known fact.
Oh no.
Angel? Guys, she's not an angel at all. She is a devil. She is a white devil. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma?
Here.
Got her. Ooh, what is the trial gonna be? What is possibly left for the trial? What the fuck?
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in his cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day.
Yeah, so she came on a fishing boat, that's what it was.
Darka, wait!
Straight up Darkiplier escaping into the vents, dude. This is so fucked up. I feel for her plight, man. If you've had a long day, all you want to do is relax in bed. I also shove Japanese men so hard into wardrobes that their necks snap and they die. I mean, it's not that big a deal, you know, it's like a stress ball, essentially. You gotta have some form of outlet. You gotta have some release.
I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with the little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
It's playing the theme of sad cat murder right now. That's what the soundtrack is called. Room service. Like, the thing is though, well, let's see where this is going first, but like, my god. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country, he was very polite, which put me into a murderous frenzy as I slammed his head into the wardrobe. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin...
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Yeah, I called it so hard. Wow, I actually called this one super hard. I called this one so hard. Yep, that's 100% what happened. She had to kill him because he was gonna blow her cover. He was gonna blow her cover wide open. And she was gonna get sent back to Mother Russia. But the thing is, like, this is all so avoidable. All she had to do was put on her stupid disguise before she went over to get her cat back. That's all she had to do. And it would have been totally fine. I mean, in her defense, she thought he was asleep, but still, it's like, that takes maybe 5 minutes. But she thought her cat was in trouble. It's understandable. It's honestly just a tragic situation all around, you know? There's no real villains in this one. Just because she murdered a man doesn't mean she's villainous. She was trying to do it for her sweet cat friend. I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before.
No.
Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But, what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no choice.
So what happened? I see. So you run away.
Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
No, I'm gonna tell everyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Oh. Oh, that's what happened. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, that makes total sense. That explains it. Yep. The cord, remember, the cord was right next to the wardrobe. So he was making a break for the wardrobe to talk to me. He was going to ask for, like, what should we do? Like, just, you know, put our heads together, think about what to do about this. But she thought that he was going to go raise the alarm. Run away, run away. That makes total sense. That sucks.
Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened, everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms, down to the young man's feet. And? As he turned around to look at me, a murder. Ooh. I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And he died. Oh, I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway? I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be. Please, I have nowhere to go.
Oh, so he did know. Gotcha. Oh, look at poor Biff Stroganoff, man. He's so depressed. He hates this life. He hates the life where his angel friend murdered a man for no reason. Even his big funny snake couldn't help him out of this situation. So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was in there. The funny thing is this entire case is like... It's really unfortunate. It's literally just a series of unfortunate events. It's not an accident, but it really is just like a series of random events playing out that just so happened to lead to that guy's death. Like, if he had never gone over to the wardrobe where I just happened to be hiding, I could have been hiding like anywhere in the room. The wardrobe could have been anywhere. She wouldn't have thought that he was going for the bell, so he wouldn't have pushed her. Or she wouldn't have pushed him, rather. And then if they had never fucked with the crime scene, there never would have been a problem. Because then the door would be locked from the inside. All anybody would see is this dude dead of a broken neck. And it would be done. She could just retrieve her earring and be out of there. Retrieve her little earring and her bell. And then you're done. It's just an accident. But them, like, actively fucking with the crime scene is what ended up giving it away. And then I found Stowaway. In wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Suzato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. That also explains how they knew that I was in the closet.
Trapped in the closet.
Because there was no reason he should have known that, but it's because he just happened to stumble upon me.
Bum, bum, bum.
I used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote, Tapabibabob, so the person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway.
And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin, I didn't notice the other half.
See, that shit's pretty stupid. That's actually super dumb because, like, yeah, you can't hear anything because it's dark as shit, but you know what it fucking looks like. It's your cat's bell that you've seen a million times. How do you find, like, half of a bell and you're like, yeah, this is it? This is basically the same tactile sensation. It's kind of this, like, go to pick up a fucking baseball and you end up picking up, like, half of a piece of turkey and you're like, yep, about the same. Should be basically good. We're fine here. I go back to cabin to get help. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried that he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
I don't know. It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of the night, Inspector? Oh, I see. So she knew that there was somebody on board who was like a cop. She probably thought they were looking for her. Oh, sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Oh, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard?
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
No shit, dude! Oh my god, that was so obvious. Why are we going over this? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... I thought that was just like everybody in the room understood what happened. He was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done it.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make me send it back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Dun, 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 dun. Yo, it's playing fucking Japanese ass music right now. This is actually the theme of Captain Weeaboo. Salute, my good sir. I hope he goes to the most anime-based heaven that there is.
Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed?
Yeah, that's pretty easy.
First, consider the victim's location with- Dude, it's like 2 words. He was looking for you. That's more than 2 words, but you get the idea. Look, you. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. I also don't like the fact that he is like 12 feet tall in this image. It makes him quite imposing. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-san.
Him fucking standing next to giant Kazuma-sama is like 5'11 versus 6'0. That's exactly how it was.
Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. I really hate how this game is written in British English. It makes it so weird and annoying. Learnt? With a T? No, it's spelled with ED. Learned. Learned, I tell ya. Learnt? Learnt. No, no fucking vowel, you fucking Britishes. Or sorry, I meant Britished. Britished. It's that a simple gaze can reveal the truth. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was he looking at? Dun, 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 dun. Wardrobe. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. I didn't present this shit, I just observed it. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with a sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would have never happened.
Take that!
Take that! British ass motherfucker. Why does he gotta sound like that, man? Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was trying to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe!
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Oh my god. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had... Okay, well, I'm literally a minor and also neurodivergent. Plus ratio, plus you fell off.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. After we pressed you so fucking hard and you constantly lied and made shit up. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. Plus you fell off. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry.
It's cool. Alright, when are we going to England, boys?
Really, I'm so sorry.
Aw.
What have I done?
Poor Asogi. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Burya was finally laid to rest. So there's no trial for this case. It's just straight up the investigation. Oh, I'm so stupid. You guys, I'm so dumb. Do you want to know what happened? The first case, remember the first case was literally just trial? This second case is literally just investigation. This is the investigation tutorial. This wasn't the first real case. This was just tutorial part 2. Oh, so now the next case is the first case. The next case is the case where you're gonna have to investigate and then do a trial, like regular Ace Attorney stuff. Oh. This is why everybody always tells me I fell off and ratios me. It's just because of shit like this, man. I'm so stupid. How do I not understand these things, man? That's why everybody always posts beneath all my posts, okay boomer. 9th January, 7:14 p.m. SS Burya, first class cabin passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? Okay, so he's not a fake Sherlock Holmes if he can has that kind of pull. If he can has that kind of pull. Me English is like a lolcats level English, dude. I need to go back to fucking 3rd grade English class. Learn some fucking grammar and conjugation and shit. So she won't be going back to Russia then. She's going to fucking jail, bro. You kids gotta stop trying to hit. It's over. You can't fix her. No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what she did. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost, good friend. Aw. I really like Stroganoff. Stroganoff like really grew on me. Much like that snake grew on his face and then constricted until his head popped like a fucking raisin. I liked him a lot by the end. He's great. For the first like 70% of the case, he sucked ass. And then he just like rocketed up the charts, man. Plus ratio, plus he fell off. Yeah, R.I.P. Kazuma. Welcome back, BFC. I gave him like 87 salutes when he went, because she fucking tripped his ass. If you think about it though, in fairness, literally all she did was press down B and throw her banana peel behind her, so she really didn't do anything that bad. She really didn't hurt him too much. He was kind of over-exaggerating his injuries. He was like a soccer player who took a dive. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. But what about your snake? In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. What? When are we going to England? Fuck. When the hell are we going to England in this fucking game? I put it in the title every goddamn week. This is the third week in a row where it's been. This is turning into the new Persona finale. This has literally become the new Persona finale. Just like, it will not send me to fucking England. It refuses. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now, sir. Yeah, maybe England will be the very last thing we ever do. We go to England and then Sherlock Holmes pushes me and I hit my head against the wardrobe and fucking die. Doink! Wow, 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 and then a cartoon anvil falls and squishes Ryunosuke flat. But then, you know, somebody picks it up off of him and his torso's like an accordion and he walks around a little bit first. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That's a fucking dick move, dude. They packed 8 jackhammers just to cause public vandalism. Fucking dickheads. That seems like a distant memory now. British people don't deserve streets. I mean, he's kind of right, but at the same time, it's so rude. You know how hard it is for British people to build a fucking road? That's like... Think about how many British people it takes to screw in a light bulb, and then extrapolate the difference in difficulty between screwing in a light bulb and fucking paving a goddamn road. That probably took generations of every Englishman collaborating just to make one road. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Aw, poor Susato-sana. Susato-san! She has this famous sword. Arahodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. That's so depressing, man. He just bought that sword, too. He saw it on sale on eBay for $39.99 and he bought that shit instantly. He saw it on a TV advertisement of a big fat white guy swinging it at a pig carcass 80 times and he knew he had to have it. Oh, well, I haven't been able to be back long. Inspector Hosomamba just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh, that's so sad. Why does she always look so sad? It's really depressing. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over, just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain, so many dreams, and now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. It was just an accident. I mean, it wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident. She shoved him headfirst into a wall and fucking killed his ass because she thought he was telling on her. I mean, she didn't intend to kill him, probably. She just intended to stop him from ringing the bell. But still, like, that's at least assault. He would have started running around his room saying, "Assault! Assault!" Stop right there, criminal scum. Then pay with your blood. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Oh, this is Pavlova, actually, I think. I wish there was something I could say. Oh, it's the inspector. What the fuck does the stupid inspector have to do with this shit? You suck, Inspector. Inspector? My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his 2 closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I feel like the butler voice doesn't make any sense for him anymore. Like, in the context of the first case, it made perfect sense because he was pretending to be a butler. But now, like, it makes no sense. I think what I should do for this character going forward is that, like, whatever stupid disguise he's wearing, that'll be the voice. Like, this one should have just been a sailor voice. Like, his disguise should dictate what his voice is for that case. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. I do. You suck at your fucking job, dude. And I'm free again now. Huh? He's such a fucking dickhead. Sherlock Holmes has absolutely no fucking caring for anybody else's feelings. They're all grieving their fucking dead friend and he just puts him on his prank channel. Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. Ah, hey. He thinks this is funny? It's kind of funny. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. How do you know that? I don't trust Sholmes, guys. I'm saying it right here. I do not trust Sherlock Sholmes even slightly. How does he know that it hurts you to lose your assistant if he thinks that Watson is still alive back in England? Huh? We saw him get murdered in Japan in a restaurant. This guy shouldn't know that. This guy shouldn't fucking know that. I don't trust him. I officially do not trust Sholmes even slightly. He's also just not an empathetic dude, so he's not just gonna make that assumption. He's so evil. Sholmes is so evil. I'm afraid that won't be possible, sir. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Great Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. Wow, if only there was someone who could take on the assistant role. Damn it. There's no way. We gotta go back. It's the only solution. In the light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Who could it be? I don't get it, man. Where are they going with this? This game's plot has lost me. It's gotten way too complex. It's officially gotten, like, so complex that my head is starting to fucking overheat and explode. This is like trying to play Braid while you're also trying to braid your own hair, while you're also trying to play that one game called Moist. It's just too fucking hard. It's too complex. While you're trying to play Portal Reloaded. Miss Susato. Yes. You think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Oh, I'm so stupid. Are you studying law? No. I'm studying fucking... agriculture. Fuck agriculture majors. Ooh, take that, agriculture majors. Sick burn at the agriculture majors out of fucking left field, dude. No, I'm not, but... Did I win yet? I did. We defeated the evil Russian wench. We defeated the evil Russian wench. It turns out the reason why she murdered our anime friend for literally no reason is because she thought he was gonna rat her out. It's basically, I was right the first time with my original theory. She tried to go back in there to get her cat. She didn't expect him to be awake. He knew who she was, and then she thought he was going to go ring the bell that brings somebody into the room, like raise the alarm, but he was actually just going to the wardrobe to talk to me about it. So she pushed him, and then he fell and broke his neck. Like she didn't really want to kill him. It was not like a premeditated murder. It was just a spur of the moment accident. So she's going to super jail. She's going to jail prison. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. You know, if there's one profession that's like incredibly fucking just like brain dead simple to pick up, requires absolutely no studying or intelligence, it's being a lawyer. Like, famously, they don't really have to take any hard tests or anything to become a lawyer, so I think a month is plenty of time. Anybody who goes to law school for like multiple years is honestly just, it's because they're fucking around too much. They're just sitting on their couch playing Halo 3 eating Doritos every day, because like, you can do that shit in a month if you really put your mind to it, pretty easily. It's not that, you gotta do like, you gotta learn what a law is, and you gotta learn how to yell at people, you gotta learn how to taint the jury pool, and you're pretty much done. Like, that's it. Those are the 3 big ones. Hey, but you can knock it out in a weekend if you really put your mind to it. Mr. Naruhodo! That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? No! No, you're going to prison. You stowed away on a ship. You were not supposed to be here. You're gonna be executed in Japan. You're not a little rascal with his hat in his hands. You're a fucking criminal. You need to go to prison, Ryunosuke. I'm sorry. Well, your little rapscallion tussles his little hair. I guess so. I guess we can let you be a lawyer instead of going to jail. What? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. Oops. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato?
No. Oh, I think it's a wonderful idea.
Here's the thing. I feel like this would have worked a lot better as, like, Edgeworth's ancestor. I get why they did Phoenix's ancestor, because, yeah, he's the main character and all. But, like, isn't it kind of weird that Phoenix Wright is presented as, like, this nobody up-and-comer lawyer, rookie? If his ancestor is literally, like, the most famous lawyer in Japan, the very first Japanese man to ever become a lawyer. Like, it's very strange. You'd think it would be somebody a little bit more prestigious from the original games. Like Edgeworth, or what's her face? Von Karma. But it's fucking, it's just Phoenix for no reason. It's like Phoenix's ancestor. It's super weird. And they never bring it up either. It never comes up in the games. Thank you. Bing, 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 bing. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? But you are Japanese. Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No? Sherlock Holmes is honestly kind of based right now. He's actually going off on this guy. He is literally ratioing Inspector Hosonaga in the replies. And you witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. I'm hungry. Dude, there's so many voice clips going off right now. There's Mexicans, there's hungry Mexicans. Hungry Mexicos. Bro, this is crazy. I hope we go to Mexico in this game too. That would be awesome. The world's first Mexican lawyer. The case of the missing burrito. Guys, it's not racist when I do an accent and say racist things. It's just called gaming, okay? So I'm gonna need you to not report me to Twitch. I need you to not mass report my stream. Just flag it all to hell. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now, despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. I guess I'm sick of arguing with you, so sure. I'll think of a clever way to accept my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector. After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? Do I like the whites? I've come around on them. I like them now. I think they're kind of awesome now. This case has convinced me that I was wrong the whole time. Because what I never knew is that, like, Herlock Sholmes is a white male, a white cis male. I always pictured him as a transgender, strong black woman, independent. But once I played the game and I realized, I was shocked. It, like, completely shook me to my core. It's basically challenged all of my prior misconceptions about what it means to be white, really. I thought if you were white, you were basically like the guy on the right, you know? Like, just dumb, bumbling, looks like a toad, looks like a motherfucking toad got into his brain, just bad at his job, bad at his life. But, you know, Herlock Sholmes has intelligence, resourcefulness, and above all else, courage. So, I don't know, they've kind of brought me around on it. I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, sir, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need another thorough beating. Goodbye. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? Why the fuck would she know? She's just an idiot. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. That's not a lawyer. That's not a lawyer. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo? That's like people who say they're game devs and all they do is write bad stories for the games. It's not the same thing. It's different. Yeah, she's a woman. She ain't a fucking lawyer. You know what is the thing about the first case that really confused me? That they never even touched on is, like, the villain in the first case was a woman who was like a student at the Imperial University of Japan. I don't even know if you could have been a student in a British university at that time, like the late 1800s, early 1900s. That would be kind of pushing it. In America, there were some women in academia, but I don't know about British, and especially Japanese. I feel like Japanese people would not be cool with that. I feel like they're still not really cool with that in a lot of places. I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? Wakabi, what the fuck, dude? Wakabi just roasted me. Wakabi literally just ratioed me plus I fell off. I can't believe this is happening live on stream. I've been caught in 4K, as the kids say. Inspector Holmes pulls out his little camera gun and catches me in the act of being owned. Wakabi's popping off. Okay, now somebody... Oh my god, dude. Wakabi actually just busted me up. He just busted my fucking chops, man. He just crossed up my ankles. I was midstream, he just fucking tripped me. Sorry, I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing at myself right now. Alright, we'll go to the next case, I guess. Guys, here's the these cases are so long. That was the second tutorial, it was like 8 or 9 hours. Alright, let's go, let's continue. Let's continue, shall we? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Kuruma. It's a great sword. It's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Wakabi, would you wield the sword known as Kuruma that's been in the Asogi clan for generations? that's been in the Walk-Up-E clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it, always. So then, Miss Susato. Sorry, I'm just giggling now. It seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. What if the whole twist of this game is that everybody in this game is a fucking giant and that's actually like a big book? That book she's holding is actually like a really large, normal-sized tome. It's not like a tiny little handbook. She's just like fucking 12 feet tall. And then, you know, when I hold up my cuffs and we see that she's like a 1/12 of my size, my character's like basically an Attack on Titan at this point. He is breaching Wall Maria as we speak. He is breaching Wall Maria, which surrounds England for its own protection. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single moment of freedom. We will fill every minute with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. That's actually not a good idea. You don't learn shit if you study too much. If you just do like rote studying for hours and hours and hours at a time, you're not gonna learn fucking anything. You gotta study smart, not study hard. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Guys, there's a fucking mosquito flying towards her. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to learn how to do a mosquito noise. I'm getting slightly better. It's still hard though. Mosquitoes make strange noises. Please, throw me to the ground. 3 times. Just dribble her like a fucking basketball, bro. I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. If you're wondering why she said that oddly specific, like vaguely sexual thing, it's because she threw him to the ground 3 times throughout the course of the case because she was angry at him. Of course you would have never done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was, it was completely unforgivable! No, you are in shock. It is okay. Dang, you're breaching Wakabi's own mama? That's honestly kind of uncool of you, Chimichanga. You should apologize. I want at least 800-word apology to Wakabi right now. I want it within the next 5 minutes. I won't let you make excuses for you either. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. It was 5 times. Why does he always say, huh? I don't get that part. It really bothers me. Why does he always say, huh? He says it like every fucking other line, and I don't know what it means. Localize the fucking game, dipshits. Localization companies are getting worse and worse with every passing year. It's really annoying. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. This isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Allow me to demonstrate. Please tell me he throws her across the room. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess, I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently, it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. Believe up me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. Knock her out. Damn, she doesn't even flinch, dude. Look at that. He punches through her face and she doesn't even care. She's not gonna react, even in the slightest. What a god. There he goes, dancing around again. He do be dancing though, I'm not gonna lie. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course, she's gonna do it on me. Yeah, 100%. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry. Hiya! Are we cutting to England now? No, we're still in this scene for some reason. Still in this scene for some reason, we haven't moved on yet.
As you see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, interesting indeed. Oh, sorry, arresting indeed.
And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. But. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Is it the dinner? Is it the dinner? It's not the dinner. What the fuck is this? Dang, that looked long. I really hope if I don't press A, the sword just like is infinitely long. It's just like the berserk edit. Oh, no, it ends. Karuma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. It's Wakabe's mother! His mother is not a sword. Wakabe was not birthed from a sword, I don't know what you mean. A Wakabe's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. It can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels the wielder to slice evil in two? What? This game is stupid, man. What are they talking about anymore? You remember that time in the original Ace Attorney games where where Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth just like worked together to fuck over a defendant for no reason? That shit was hilarious. They took evil by two that time. They literally Eiffel Towered evil on that day. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, Wakabe, could you please just voice Kazuma? I'm gonna need you to go ahead and read out the entire script for these two games, Ace Attorney Chronicles 1 and 2, and then I'm gonna need you to record yourself reading out all of his lines and then just email me each line individually to my email, and then, you know, whenever it comes up, I could just hit a button and then you could read it out for me. So, you know, chop chop, get to work. There's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. What do you mean that made no sense? It made perfect fucking sense. He loves slicing evil in two, like a piece of bread. Like a piece of evil toast. I knew you wouldn't let me down. An important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. He just looks like a VTuber, to be honest. Like, these 3D models are not that interesting to look at. These 3D models honestly are not that interesting. I really wish they had just done the 2D art again. They just look like VTubers. They just look like weird VTubers. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. We're going to England! It's really happening this time. Hell yes. Guys, I've got good news. We're going to England. We're going to England. The seat of all evil. Save your current progress. There we go. It's at least 100 times more eviler than Japan. The quest of the runaway room. Wait, what? I can just like pick a random one? Okay. Just do the story in order. How about that, dumbass? What? Just fucking go in order. What is this? Just go in order! That's super annoying. I hate that it's doing this to me. Now I feel like I accidentally like skipped some story or something. The adventure of the runaway room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
What do you guys think about my new British voice I'm working on?
A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
I think it's pretty good, honestly. I think I've kind of nailed it.
Mr. Herlock Sholmes once said of these...
It's Watson!
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Yeah, baby! I wasn't paying any attention to that. That was me. That was literally me doing the voice. You're actually fucking jealous. You're actually fucking jealous and you're wrong. Dang, look at this quality. Holy shit. Look at the animation quality. This is incredible.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
His voice sounds like dog shit, dude.
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an
Her voice is
enormous
fine.
building
He sounds
before.
like trash.
And look at all the steam locomotives.
Thomas the Tank Engine, bitch. I love this game.
This country is incredible.
This is so cool. Why does it look so good? Holy shit. This is like good cartoon quality. This is crazy. This game must have had a pretty fucking good budget for this shit. My laptop just said that.
Like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
My name is Horseshoe James! That guy's Horseshoe James, if you can believe that.
In that case, the Supreme Court...
We're going to
might
become a
call
lawyer.
if you wouldn't
We're
mind.
gonna become a lawyer.
My
I'm
pleasure.
gonna have to take the lawyer test now, though, so that's gonna be kind of annoying. I don't think I'm prepared.
Suppose you're visiting
Character
students
studied, but I didn't get the
abroad,
same luxury.
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your
Maybe
stay.
the reason it made me like pick the quest and didn't just continue automatically is because it expects me to take 40 days off and just actually study how to become a lawyer and then come back to the game. Dang, that's London, bro. Why they got the Eiffel Tower though? They had the Eiffel Tower in the back of the... Oh, what the fuck? Clock World. I didn't know we went to Kingdom Hearts World. That was my bad. I thought we were going to England. The fuck is this place? 18th February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Well, I answered my question. Please be the judge. Please be the judge from Ace Attorney 1. I fucking beg you. You have to make him be the judge. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. Looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? It got them motherfuckers Greek-Roman pillars, bro. Greco-Roman shit. A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. Japan, you stupid. Japan literally never had to see the tale of the three little pigs. They never learned their fucking lesson. If I went to Japan, I would simply huff and puff and blow all of their buildings down. I wouldn't even hesitate either. I would feel no remorse. When I saw the little old ladies shambling out of their ruined homes, I would say it's your own fault for not constructing it out of brick and mortar. Why the fuck would you make your buildings out of paper? Makes no sense. It's possibly the dumbest thing you could build a building out of. I bet if you go to their goddamn libraries, their books are made of bricks. Just everything in Japan is ass backwards. They need to learn their goddamn lesson. It's certainly unfamiliar. That armor looks so fucking sick, dude. I would love to have a big, sweet, like, suit of armor like this. I would adore that. I would be so happy. I think there's more to the difference than just the materials. What is this place? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. which is what I've been studying for.
Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London.
I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Please be the, if it's not the judge from fucking Ace Attorney 1, I'm gonna be so mad. Please be the judge from Ace, just inexplicably look exactly the same. I want it so bad. You don't understand how badly I want it to just be the judge. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Come on. No. He's just some fucking stupid DeviantArt guy. God damn it. Uh-oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. This guy sucks. This guy already fucking sucks my balls, man. He's not even the judge from Ace Attorney 1 is the worst part. He should have been. But they just, apparently suck at everything. Let alone making it the character from Ace Attorney 1. That might be the part they're absolutely the worst at out of everything. I like his outfit okay. He honestly kind of just looks like a Kingdom Hearts character. As far as I can tell, as far as my expertise in Kingdom Hearts goes, which is I've never played any of the games, he kind of looks like a Kingdom Hearts character. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart. Male Strongheart? What fucking name is Male? Do we have any Britishes on deck who could confirm or deny whether this is a real fucking name? I don't think that's a real name. Mael. Mael Strongheart. What is the pun? What is the joke? I am Mael Strongheart. I don't know. I have no idea what the pun is. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot.
Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse.
Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryanosuke Lord Hargo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. That guy, looks like he's possibly slightly evil. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe this is just me going out on a limb, but he looks like slightly like he should be drinking from a skull at this moment. He's like fairly evil, I gotta say. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city.
It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh,
We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words.
I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Not true. False. Fake news. It's America. America does that. This game's full of shit. This game is full of fucking dog shit and is lying to you as well. This guy's not even American, he's saying all this shit. Well, maybe the twist is that he's gonna turn out to be American. That would be a good twist. That'd be pretty cool. But I don't believe him right now at all, because he's a lying piece of shit. Also, his cane is made of a door handle and is also the most low poly thing in the entire game. I feel like this is a pose we're gonna see once and then never again, because that looks fucking terrible. Look how bad that cane looks compared to everything else in the game. God damn, polygonal ass fucking cane. It's like a perfect hexagon. Looks like trash. Every visitor to London is astounded.
Oh yes, astounded is the word.
Thanks for saving me there, Susato.
And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor.
Hey, what's up, Equestria Wyvern? You got here just in time for the new case. Well, the new chapter anyway. We just finished We just finished the boat saga, as it's known. They finally got off the damn boat. At long last, we actually arrived in England. I didn't think it was gonna happen. I thought they were gonna keep sending us back to Japan every 2 seconds. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? My low poly cane will be on perfect display. Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and it will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop.
Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's gonna be.
Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. I swear I'm not an evil villain despite making this pose. This guy is the evilest villain I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun.
Okay, cool. What about the law student? That's me.
Lord Chief Justice, sir, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived.
You were on a boat for 40 days, dumbass. This fucking Asogi kid is a complete noob. Then again, I guess he didn't know that we had telegraphs. I get to enjoy the cane a lot. Are you serious?
I'm honestly shocked. I thought it looked so terrible because it was like an afterthought, like it was gonna get seen once in like one pose and then be gone for the rest of the game. It looks so bad. It's like super low poly. Everything else in this game is like really high res, except for that one cane. It's very strange. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news?
Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person.
They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed.
If you would please just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madam?
It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal.
Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then, the moment of truth. Oh no, he's gonna fucking beat my ass, dude.
Would you like to see my... Oh, what? What happened to my student pin?
An armband I inherited from Kazuma. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer.
Oh. What happened to my, my pin? What does this say?
The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here, look. Kazuma Asogi. This was his band, of course.
He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain.
I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place.
I have such a strong sense of hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though.
Check out the pin, too.
That's the symbol! That's the classic symbol from Ace Attorney, the regular ones. Like the little clover and then the thing on top of it.
These are the symbols of justice, right?
Yes, that's right, even though you read it wrong. The scales are a symbol of fairness, to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind.
But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think.
Very impartial, I'm sure.
You fucking sassy ass hoe, how you gonna talk to me like that? Continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the study tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean.
There's the cane again! You were so right, it does come back out.
It's so low poly though, look at that shit. Can I put away his little text box? I want to show it again because it looks super dumb. I can just turn on the transparency. Look at that! Ooh, nasty! Ooh. Especially near the top of it, like near the head of the cane, it looks so bad.
Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand.
Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... it's Miss Susato! It's me! It's me. I can do it.
Is that so?
I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications, but...
No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer.
I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Cosmo to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. This guy's stupid. I've been spending every waking moment on the journey to Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. Oh, he's checking the time clock, dude. What? How do you fucking look at your time clock and then find out that the voyage from Japan is 50 days? Let me see that shit. Hand that shit over, man. What kind of crazy ass thing is he looking at right now? What kind of crazy pocket watch does this dude have? He's gotta have the smallest text known to man. It just has all the information the world has ever known. What the fuck is going on? He's like the Library of Alexandria contained in his pocket watch.
The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training.
I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please!
No, I don't think so. 31 seconds.
Sorry?
Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer.
This dude is too obsessed with the fucking time, dude. Bungus. This guy's name is not Bungus, although by his haircut I would not be surprised if it was. His hair looks like an insectoid leaf's hair. Here's the thing about this guy, he's so obsessed with the time that I feel like he is gonna be the villain at one point, and then his whole thing is gonna be like about time. Like his whole little case is gonna be revolving around the time and stuff. Like the time it takes to do shit. I mean, even just look behind this bitch, he lives in a giant fucking clock. This man is a clockman. His entire existence revolves around time. What a fucking loser, dude. What a fucking dork. Instead of being obsessed with trains or dinosaurs like a normal person, like a fucking normal person, he's obsessed with clocks.
Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer.
Oh, thanks.
So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment.
Huh?
But let me ask you one thing first, sir.
Yes? Look how fucking evil this guy is. Just look at his fucking face.
You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path?
What do you know? What does he and Asogi know that I don't know? That's the creepiest part. Like, they keep really cryptically referring to these plans that Asogi had and we don't know what they were. Also, look at his low poly cane and tell me that he's not fucking evil. Richard Clockman. That's if he was a Kojima character. If he was a Kojima character, his name would be Richard Clockman. A man deprived of his time. A man deprived of his time clock. Look at his fucking low poly ass door handle, toilet flusher ass cane, dude. That shit looks so bad. Why does it look so much worse than everything else in the game? Everything else in this game looks so good, it's so well modeled. And then there's this fucking cane. Jesus. I'm trying to figure out what it's supposed to be. To me, it just looks like a toilet handle or like a door handle. But he's like all about clocks, so I feel like it should be part of a clock. But I can't think of anything it would be. Maybe it's like a little hand of a clock, and that flusher part is what stick into the clock, and the rest of it is the rotating part. Like a minute hand or a second hand or something. I don't know. He's so clock themed. It's gotta be some clock path. Well, yes, that's my clock tension.
I see.
Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter for a fraction of a second there? No, that was just you.
Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you.
Really?
Give me the taste.
Chick on eating nuggets. What form will the test take exactly? What if the nuggets started coming in and this guy started eating them instead? He just turned his head to the right and started chowing the fuck down. That should be one of his idle animations. What form will this test take exactly?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be?
Well, defending people, of course.
Well said. So, let's have you defend someone.
Huh?
Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news.
Today? Straight away?
Hooby stay. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler?
How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Lord Strongbad.
But you are.
But you are Mexican. But you are British, if you could be totally honest. Oh yes, good question. I should just give him Strongbad's voice exclusively.
I remember. Every day I take my pocket watch. It's a murder trial.
A murder?
A murder. An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose.
It's easy to say.
But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment.
Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Oh! Strongheart is super fast.
Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law?
We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. Yeah, this dude's fucked up. He's evil, man. He's letting unqualified lawyers defend the man who's being put to death.
I am the Lord Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable.
But you can't do that, can you?
No, I can't. I was just fucking with you. You can be in the Jew study. You can study to be a Jewish lawyer. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose.
So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged. You don't know that. He could also be shot to death.
Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen.
He's testing my resolve.
What's the matter? You've fallen silent.
I'll do it. I don't give a fuck. It sounds fun. But we need to do like an investigation first. I'm really sick of this like alternating investigation, trial investigation shit. It's super dumb. Just let me have a case that's fucking both. Is that really so goddamn hard?
I'm sorry, the time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be?
Why agree to this absurd test? I'll do it. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out.
15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by.
Dang.
Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over.
That's harsh, man. Get your fucking hamburger helper glove out of my fucking face, bitch, before I bite your fingers off, one at a time. Like I'm snapping into several Slim Jims. Slimius Jimius, the oldest Roman emperor. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato. I'm just too much of a bitch. It's alright, I understand.
You do?
It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it.
What are you trying to say, madam?
Maybe this is the test. Whoa, maybe he is a good guy actually, and this is the test. Maybe the test is if I'm a crooked lawyer or not. Like if I was willing to accept such an egregiously horrible situation, then that would mean I'm not fit to be a lawyer because I'm a scumbag. Maybe that's his actual test. Is to see if I would be willing to uphold justice, even if it meant a detriment to my own self. That would be kind of cool.
I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice.
That was definitely sassier than it was intended to be, but I was just feeling it.
Wait, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sorry. Please be a lawyer.
He's just dragging on my fucking foot, crying on the ground. Oh, was there something else?
It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him.
What?
At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He dead.
Was that the bite of 87? Dude, Lord Chief Justice Markiplier would be the coolest shit ever, man.
Oh! He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down.
But that's awful. The sentence is putting your head inside of an animatronic and letting it bite down. That's the worst sentence a gamer could ever have.
But that is the truth.
Why does it have to be like this?
Please don't expect me to answer every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man.
You! I'm really his only hope?
Yeah. What do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh! I get it now! She's so stupid, dude. Susato definitely needs to get put inside of the animatronic suit. Did you guys know the scariest part about Five Nights at Freddy's is that if the animatronics find you, they will shove you inside of an animatronic suit? And that may not sound so bad, but here's the catch. The animatronic suit is filled with wires and springs and such. You will be killed. When I heard that for the first time, when Phone Guy's rapturous tones reached my ears, I was shaken to my fucking core. I started shaking uncontrollably and shitting and pissing myself. My gamer chair was ruined that day.
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves.
He's doing that Bloodborne emote over and over again. He's gone.
The Old Bailey.
Halloween is Sunday this year. You should do an IRL stream of carving pumpkins. That'd be kind of fun. Carving, gumpkins as they're known, forest gumpkins. Unfortunately, I don't believe in the fucking wholesale murder of innocent pumpkins just for this Hallmark holiday bullshit. So what I'll probably do instead is just stream myself watching Markiplier play Five Nights at Freddy's. I'll just stream myself sitting there expressionless and silent while I watch Markiplier game. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. I wonder if I would be any good at pumpkin carving. I feel like I haven't carved a pumpkin since I was like 8 years old. That shit seems like super hard. Converse. No, we're going to the Old Bailey. I don't give a fuck. Dun, 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 dun. Look, it's a Bobby! Guys, it's a Bobby. Everybody alert your attention to the fucking Bobby in the corner. This rules, man. He's gonna confiscate my katana. Do you have a license for that katana? I'll be having that then. The 18th February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. I think those guys are so fucking petrified because they just both independently and at the same exact time came to the realization that they're British. It's the worst thing that a man can realize about himself. It's like almost Lovecraftian when you come upon that conclusion. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. Still 15 minutes. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver? Jesus. How does she have so many books, dude? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were gonna die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Phone Guy's first dialogue, dude, so legendary. Every time I make one of my famous fan cams of Phone Guy, I make sure it's a trap remix of that very first call. Hello, hello! No, to get the full experience, it has to be like, hello, hello! I know you're trying to play a video game, but I'm just gonna talk over everything that's happening and ruin all the tension and atmosphere so that I can arbitrarily explain dumb shit to you. Hello? Please don't turn it off in the settings. Please! Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here. I honestly feel like I would legitimately enjoy Five Nights at Freddy's 1 if they did not have the fucking stupid dipshit talking over every single shit that happens. It's so annoying. It ruins the entire game's atmosphere. It's so bad. I fucking hate the Phone Guy shit. It's the worst. It's also just the clumsiest way to get story across. Literally just a character sitting there telling you the story of the game. It's so bad. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So, this is the Old Bailey. Even in this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. That's when Foxy busts through that door and screams right into the camera. Game over, we're back in Japan. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is gonna crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. It's Jacksepticeye! Woohoo! Let's go, baby. Yo, this game knows what's up. This game has all of the famous E-celebrities in it, just, you know, constant cameos. Oh my god, he's so sexy, dude. This is like if Jacksepticeye did the fusion dance with Igor from Persona 4. What are yous doing following me here? Things are fairly desperate, are they? Sorry. Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the Far East, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have.
No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land.
Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no.
'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas?
Please, Mrs. Otto, you don't have to shout.
But 1,000 guineas it's enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo.
What? This guy's rich as hell, baby. This guy's literally Mr. Beast as well. He's every famous YouTuber all rolled into one.
'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over.
Did that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah, that hit me in the eye.
Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me.
Oh?
To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now.
Oh, well, the thing is...
Don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is gonna start without me having any kind of representation at all.
So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't making it all up. How fucked are we? How actually fucked are we where this fucking richest man in the goddamn galaxy can't afford a lawyer? Like, no one wants to be his lawyer? You'd think the lawyers would be lined up around the damn block to represent fucking Jacksepticeye.
Ba, 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 ba.
The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. He was telling the truth.
I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? No. Blustering blazes. Do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names?
No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city.
I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park.
Is he Mr. Jekyll? Is he Mr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde as well? Sorry, a park? What?
It's called McGilded Park.
No, it's actually not called McGilded Park. Guys, I've been to London, and that is not a real location. You cannot fucking fool me with this one.
Full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people.
That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary.
Ah, but now they've all the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya?
All right, don't pass out. Yeah, I've been to London. The shit's, got gummy bears and shit. London has disgusting candy all over the place. I went when I was but a wee lad. I rode the Eye of London. I've been to the museums. I've ridden in the cabs. I've done it all. I tells you. In jolly old England. Jolly old London. He does kind of look like Willy Wonka. Yeah, it was like crackhead Willy Wonka. Like, this guy brutally murdered Willy Wonka and stole his clothes and tried to assume his identity. That's what the crime is.
Mr. Naruhodo? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath.
Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best.
What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I?
Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Him instantly transporting back into his pose is amazing.
Oh, I think I see what's going on here.
Sorry.
I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But, if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well...
well... Yeah, that's literally exactly what I just said. He's not wrong. Yes, exactly.
What now?
Well, like you said, if you all have all that money... Oh! He turned into his blow-up doll form. He literally turned into his blow-up doll form, and I guarantee you there's at least one Gmod animator who has taken this exact model in that exact pose and just dragged it down onto the crotch of another one to make the world's quickest, easiest, like, Rule 34 of all time. It just, like, 2 seconds, he's done. He's finished up his little picture. Well, like you said, if you have all that money, but you don't have anyone to represent you in court, there's no other logical conclusion than that you're guilty of the charges.
Roasted. Well, you call a spade in the East, so you do.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense. Spell it with an S, dipshit. Offense is not spelled with a C. You British, English speaking bastards. I still can't express myself very well in English, you see. I say things like express instead of express. And I'm never sure what's acceptable to say and what isn't, so.
Is that so? Because you sounded fluent enough when you were telling me what a blackguard I must be.
I'm terribly sorry. I like this guy because he's Irish as fuck.
I can't say I blame that for you thinking that, fella.
It is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer?
That would be the fault of the Reaper.
Jack the Reaper! It's gonna be Jack the Reaper, baby. Woo! It's gonna be Jack the Reaper. There's gotta be Jack the Ripper. We talked about this in like the first session or something. Somebody brought up if we were gonna have Jack the Ripper. It might have been reanimated bit. And then, yeah, it's this guy. It's gonna be Jack the Reaper.
I came to reap him.
Did he say the Reaper?
Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barrack Van Zeeks.
Ah, damn it. It's not Jack the Reaper. I thought it was gonna be a Mexican Jack the Ripper.
I am Jack the Reaper.
Barrack Von Zeeks. Barack Obama! Oh my god, I've already decided the twist of this game, you guys. Obama's behind it all, as usual. Thanks, Obama. Fucking ruining England for the English. Barack Von Zeeks. I don't get what any of these puns are. Barack Von Zeeks. Van Zeeks. I don't know, I don't care. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper?
When Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
What? Oops. Who cares? If you're a lawyer, just take the fucking money and take the L.
So it's reached the desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barack Van Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then.
Barack Von Zeeks. I don't get the pun at all.
Talented is not the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed.
Cursed? What on earth?
It's cringe.
The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial's about to begin. His counsel? That would be me!
Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down.
But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened.
Until you showed your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had.
Sorry.
I decided I'd have to defend myself in there.
How would that have worked?
But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please.
Oh no, we just got sucked into the sadness void with this old little Irish raisin man. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. This guy basically looks like a California raisin if it was extrapolated into a human form. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him.
Mr. Naruhodo,
The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would have never allowed to happen.
Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand.
I'll be right there. God, get to the fucking point already, game. Jesus Christ. It's happening. Dude, it's crazy how this is just like alternating between trial and investigation. I really want like an actual case. I'm getting really sick of this. I want a case where you get to investigate and then do the trial. That was the fun part about Ace Attorney, was like putting the clues together and figuring out the mystery. Not just like mashing buttons in a trial. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because I have no idea how I'm gonna manage this. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe this will be one of those things like Ace Attorney 1 where it's a multiple day thing. That would make sense. So like we do day 1 in a trial and then day 2's investigation. That would kind of make sense. Dang, that looked good. Okay, please, the judge. This is like the last chance for the judge to show up. 18th February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Dun, 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 dun. Look at that guy on the left. That guy on the left is absolutely a harumphar. He's covered up right now, though. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different for the Supreme Court of Japan. The centuries of history in this place is palpable. I don't think these writers know how to fucking speak English, is they? Dumb bastards. Get a better localization team, Ace Attorney, you deserve it. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh yes, what? He's doing his geekin' pose again. Oro? Oh. Wait, what? He refuses to explain what the fucking name means? That's amazing. Huh. That's super weird. That's super fucking weird. I don't understand at all. That's super strange. I feel like he's just getting to the point where like he can't come up with the puns like he used to these days. He's like, man, I don't know. I just named him Van Zeeks. I don't give a shit. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head. I know, but I just can't help it. Please, the judge. Oh my god, he's a vampire. He's close enough, we'll take it. He's like Santa Claus, but he's kind of like the old judge.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Spell it with an S. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully despaired to Krentash, his next victim to the underworld.
Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. He is very Santa-esque. He's extremely Santa-like. He's like a Kris Kringle of sorts. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. Uh-oh. He's got fucking yellow fever, dude. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes.
Okay. That was a weird thing to say. Now, Mr. McGilded.
Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. It is not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance.
I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud.
Listen to McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day?
Mother, may we please go and play in the park?
It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. I don't trust Mr. McGilded, man. That makes him suspicious as hell. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentleworms, I'm sure I need hardly remind you.
Oh my god. Oh, look at the little old lady on the right. She's so adorable. She looks like a fucking, like the Day Without a Santa Claus type beat. And then there's a Mexican guy next to her, inexplicably. That's pretty fun too. I'm down for that. I'm down. I'll accept the representation. He's pretty accurate. He basically looks exactly like me. And then the guy on the far left is just a harumpher. I don't know how else to describe it other than he would harumph at me.
That you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready? Yes, my lord. Whose the task is to send watchers to the gallows where they belong. I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship has always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Heh, any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me.
Court stenographer type beat. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? I feel a chill. I don't know why he got a horseshoe for a mustache and for a clasp, man. You got too many horseshoes on you. He needs to pick a lane. At least he doesn't have a horseshoe hat. That would be over the top.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, these people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet.
That's right, I've only ever read about it.
But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict?
That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses.
Yes.
The prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord, it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
Van Zeeks. What the fuck, dude? Van Zeeks. I don't even know, like, there's a lot of them where I can't quite get into the pun, but like I can see the tendrils of something forming there. Van Zeeks, like, just nothing. I've got no clue.
So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I was strapped for cash, my lord. I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback?
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity.
We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. This dude carries around ancient scrolls. What is wrong with this dude? God damn, this fucking Dracula hoe is so insane. Why has he also, like, anointed himself the winner of some marathon? God, I hate this guy. What a douche. I love his sword, though. His sword is pretty chill. I can't hate on it. I can't hate on him too much because of that. The ancient scrolls are a little over the top, though. The fact that he just collects old scrolls so that he can make his reveals more dramatic. He's a drama queen for super sure.
The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10.
The victim was a maker of building blocks, known in the community as the thrice-fired mason.
Sorry? Thrice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible.
Okay, so that's important. Oh, he's stabbed to death.
The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in the service of the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to have been the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard.
Thank you, Counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
A single stab wound to the abdomen. Internal hemorrhaging. Okay. Internal hemorrhaging of the spotless mind. Let's check out the crime scene photo, too.
And one further item of evidence.
I guess I'll let him finish presenting the evidence first and then we'll look at it.
The prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
And these are... Good Lord! Is that blood, Counsel?
Yes, my lord, seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them?
He's not wearing gloves right now, though.
Guys, I got good news. We basically, if we want to get Mr. McGilded off scot-free, all we got to do is prove that the gloves don't fit on his hands. That shit's easy as hell, man. Just try putting them on a little bit and spread your fingers wide so that they can't get on your hand, and you're good. Then that means you never killed your wife. I mean, like, cab driver / bricklayer. It's just easy. We're out of here. We're done. Prosecutor Gone Geeks picked a bad day to come back to court. I got the news right there. He picked a fucking bad day to show up when I'm in town.
I will accept these into evidence as well.
How did I get into this? All right, we're gonna check out the evidence, guys. Let's go over it together. Let's see what we got here. We got an autopsy report. Let's see if any of this sticks out. Thrice-fired mason, male. He's a bricklayer. He died between 10 and 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay. So, sometime between 10 and 11, he died. Doesn't mean he was stabbed then, because he died of bleeding. But he definitely died between 10 and 11 from the bleeding. And he's a brick maker. Button missing, button missing. Guys, there's a button missing. Take super careful note of that, because that's going to be important as shit. We got a missing button. Anything special about the knife we should note? It's fancy, it's like a fancy knife. But that's not good for us, because our client is rich as hell. So that's like, yeah, that's normal for him. Here's something I would note about this guy, is that, like, he seems strangely poor, right? He's like a renowned brick maker. He's like a craftsman. He's an artisan that's famous here, because, like, even the judge recognized him. He's like, oh yeah, I know that dude. He makes amazing bricks that are indestructible. So why is he dressed like a complete pauper? Why is he, like, wearing poor man's clothes? And not only that, but he still has, like, this fancy glasses get up. So I think we may be continuing the trend here of people in disguise. I think this guy might have been in disguise when he was killed. Because this doesn't seem like it's the kind of normal accoutrements you'd expect a successful businessman, a famous businessman, to be wearing. Especially his big funny floppy hat. We got some leather gloves. I love leather gloves. I love leather gloves. I have a good black pair of leather gloves on my person at any given time. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. He was toying with a coin, you say? Or was it a button? Bum 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 ba da bum. Da da do 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 da bam ba ba. Hamburger helper ass glove. Yeah, that's all I can really say for now. So let's make some mental notes here. How many artisanal bricks do you buy? Fair point. I guess he doesn't have to be rich just because he makes a really good product. That is true. Just because you're good at something doesn't mean you're always going to get paid big bucks for it. He could be the best bricklayer in the world, and if nobody's buying good bricks, then it won't matter. So the missing button, super important. Missing button is very important. The shabby clothes, I think, are suspicious, but I guess not necessarily. He died between 10 and 11 of a single stab wound to the abdomen wound, and he bled out. His cause of death was internal hemorrhage. Ba-ba-ding, ding, ding. I will say something that's like slightly suspect is how little bleeding there is. But again, that may just be like video game logic so that it's a clearer picture of what happened. But if he died of bleeding, like he specifically died of hemorrhaging, that implies you lost a lot of fucking blood. So this like tiny amount of blood here at the stab wound doesn't actually make any sense. And there's also no blood anywhere else. Like there wasn't a huge spray of blood, like an arterial spray. So like it does not look like he lost much blood at all from this stab wound specifically. So that's also good to note. And yeah, crime scene is completely clean. Crime scene's like totally clean. If you're being, the thing is too, like if you're being stabbed to death by a dude, you'd think there would have been some sort of struggle or something, but it really doesn't look like it very much. Alright, that's all I can think of for now. Let's keep going. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I even started. Continuing. He's got more scrolls. He actually has more fucking scrolls. This is actually pretty crazy. Look at this picture of you. Guys, please Photoshop the fucking soy jack face onto that scroll he holds up. You've been surely owned now. No way out of this one. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason, definitely, that pun makes sense, because he's a bricklayer. I get that part. I definitely understand that part, okay? You don't have to lay that one out for me. Oh! And he's actually gonna be a shit brickmaker, because he's thrice fired. It's a double entendre. He's, thrice fired, like he thrice fires the bricks, but he also got fired. A skilled but poor brickmaker, okay. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. God, he has a fucking foppish point. Is he, you know...
Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least.
I'm trying not to do the exact same judge voice, but I find myself slipping back into it.
Defendant, what say you?
I didn't do shit. Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing.
Mr. McGilded,
To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
so the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Oh, he's got, I hope so. I hope he's got good animations. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for all these characters' reactions. That's one of the things I look forward to the most in Ace Attorney is like the super creative reaction shots they have. I wish it was in 2D. I miss the 2D stuff, but I'm down. I'm just growing on me. The models are definitely growing on me. Unfortunately, though I will say this guy just actually looks like a VTuber. I know I said earlier that the 3D models make them all look like VTubers. This dude is just straight up a VTuber. Like, he's playing Castlevania. He is streaming Castlevania as we speak. Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? It's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. The juror reaction shots are pretty good too, because they don't even give a fuck.
Order! Order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and they were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a crime of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, Counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once.
He's doing like the commandant move. I love that. That's like become such a Japanese thing. Just like the in control, confident character throwing out the hand like that.
Witnesses, your name and occupations.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo.
I love Beppo. Beppo is the fucking best character in the fucking world, dude. Let's go, Beppo. Beppo, if you shaved off his mustache and eyebrows, would look exactly like the old man from Squid Game.
I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents.
Yeah, see, I understand this guy's pun too. That one's not too hard. If you make hats for gents, why are you so fucking shit at your job? So he's like the contradiction, or like the, not contradiction, but what do you call it? Juxtaposition for the guy. The bricklayer is like incredibly talented and skilled at his job, and he makes no money. And this guy is like bumblingly incompetent, but he makes a killing. Either that or he's a fucking liar and he's full of shit. 21? He young as hell! An apprentice milliner who witnessed the incident from the seat of the roof deck of the omnibus. I thought there was only 2 passengers. What? Bruce Fairplay, a gentleman who works as a city banker. Oh, so no, just 2 people inside the omnibus. The rest of them were on top. Beppo. I love Beppo. Beppo fucking owns, dude.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir. I forget his voice already. I already forget his voice.
Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
Witness testimony. I don't trust Bruce Fairplay because he's giving me the flats right now. He's giving me the flats from SpongeBob. The twist is that this guy's actually a flounder and he's gonna kick my butt.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him was sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife into his guts.
That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel?
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those 2 witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen inside of the moving carriage. His hat keeps falling off his damn head, boy.
How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses?
Ah,
Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus?
well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves.
The actual scene of the crime, that is. What? What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much? Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. Shadow men! Oh, shadow men! In the banisters, come bring it in. What? Here! What? Huh? The carriage? Here? What? Huh? Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus. I love that pose. That's a great pose right there. That's the money pose. That's the cash shot. That's the one you put on the back of the game cover. Wait a minute, let's see. Maybe it actually is. I have the game here somewhere. There it is. Ah, they didn't put it on the back. Honestly, shame. Shame on them. They didn't put it on the back. All they put was like fucking main character pointing and shit. They also put this little girl. There's like a little Sherlock Holmes girl apparently, so I kind of spoiled that for myself. My bad. My bad. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Yeah, apparently there's gonna be a little Sherlock Holmes girl later, so for all you pedophiles in the audience, get hyped. That's the omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Wasn't it green? I thought it was like green. Oh no, that was just from the Sherlock Holmes thing from the very beginning. Right? Like I thought it was green. The inside's green at least. Okay, no, the green one was from that thing from the beginning. That's different. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the roof deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights ought to be had from the top. Okay, because that was gonna be my first question. Why didn't anybody fill up the remaining seats in the bottom before they started climbing up there? But it's because you want to be up on top. That makes sense. It was red. It was red, I tells you. Am I fucking stupid? I thought it was red for a second there. For a split second there, it was red as hell. Oh, it is green. Okay, I'm dumb. It's like fairly green on the bottom. I just couldn't see it that well from that angle. And I should point out to our foreign guests, it is green. Oh, there's a window. There is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, a skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Oh yeah. Well, I need to see their seating arrangements because I'm not buying any of this. I need to see who was sitting on which one. Through the skylight. Ugh, that makes perfect sense.
Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage. Oh, hell yeah, we get an inside the carriage minigame. The windows are wood. Yeah, they are. They are a little bit. I just wanted it to be more green than it is. I'm still hung up on the greenness of it. I'm still a little disappointed in its lack of greenitude. It's like kind of green, I guess. It's fairly green. Yeah, these are wooden as hell. Yeah, we need to know who was sitting where. If the dude who said he screamed was the one sitting on the back seat, then it makes sense, because he could have seen in. No, it doesn't. That makes no sense. This guy should be seated directly below that dude. This guy should be seated directly below whoever was in the back seat. So the guy in the back couldn't have seen. He wouldn't have an angle on it unless he like specifically weirdly looked down diagonally. He shouldn't have been able to see anything. Aha! So we got it. That's the contradiction here. And if he was sitting in the front seat, like the one in front, he would have an angle, but only if he turned around and looked down into the carriage. He would have like a diagonal view directly to the murder scene. But if he didn't know there was a dead body in there, why was he looking? Dun dun dun! I got the bitch! It's one of those dudes on the roof is the killer. One of those dudes on the roof is like for sure the killer. I don't know how though. Let's see the rest of the remaining clues. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. I love his little toupee that keeps sliding off. That looks like what looks like a mustache and such. That's basically his backup mustache in case this first mustache fall off.
Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
The omnibus has been added. 8-seater. Okay. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yeah, we're gonna check it out real fast. Dang, that looked good. Yeah, no, he couldn't see it. A guy back here, 100, look at this. I thought so based on the plan we saw originally, but yeah, look at this. No way he saw it. At least if my understanding of the orientation is correct. Maybe I have it backwards. Maybe the victim is, oh no, fuck, I'm stupid. God damn it. That would have been easy. In fairness, that would have been way too easy. But no, see, the bloodstain's there. The bloodstain is wait, what? Why is there a bloodstain there? See, that doesn't make sense. Now we found a contradiction. And yeah, okay, so no, he had a perfect view of it. If he's sitting like right here, then he should have seen everything, including the killing, if he had been looking down. Okay, he wins this round. He wins this round for sure. But there is still a contradiction. Let me finish looking over it first. Phoenix Wright Omnibus, what? What's the deal with that? That's crazy. Is that like an Easter egg for the Japanese fans? Since it's in English, they wouldn't really know, but it says Phoenix Wright and just makes no sense in English. Because in Japanese, he's not called Phoenix Wright, so they could have just introduced him as a character into the Japanese stuff. It is a reference. Hell yeah! Woo! You got a League of Legends Coca-Cola ad? Oh no! That's the worst game of all time, dude. How are they gonna put ads on the internet? Aren't they ashamed of themselves enough? Give me a second here, I'm just trying to visualize this. I think my least developed skill, and by that I mean it's terrible, when it comes to solving mystery stuff, is like 3D action game. I have very bad spatial reasoning. As you could no doubt tell by the fact that I thought that the murder happened back here. Completely on the opposite side of the omnibus, so it takes a minute for me to understand this kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a good beat on what happened. Job masters. Got a motherfucking popsicle stick for a seat. This is fun. This is super cool. It may not be fun to watch me spin a carriage around in 3D, but I assure you it's fun to do. Because I'm just trying to figure out everything that's going on. So there's no handle on this side. That's important too. There's only an entrance on one side of the cab. One way in, one way out. So the murder did take place in the back, like the back corner of the thing. So like killer would have a hard time like sneaking in and then sneaking out again, because he has to cross the entire thing. All while it's in motion as well. That's just quite tricky. But here's the thing about the bloodstain. The bloodstain is a contradiction because there shouldn't be one. There really should not be one there, and I'll show you what I mean. See, remember what this bloodstain looks like. It's like a small splatter, like a blood splatter right on the seat where the guy was sitting. But if you take a look at the crime scene photo, there was really only a very small little stain of blood right on the guy's torso. And he's sitting down. Ostensibly, he was seated when he was stabbed. That's what it's implying, right? If he was seated while he's stabbed, there should not be a bloodstain underneath him. There's just no way that would happen. That doesn't make any sense. So, while it's definitely possible there that they just put the bloodstain for the player's sake, so that we would know where the murder happened, if we're to accept it as like an in-universe part of the mystery, then that's a contradiction right there. That's a big, glaring contradiction. Alright. Let's take some peeks. Let's try to get the bloodstain on the record and everything. Examine everything. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. It's important to trigger certain evidence examination dialogues. Okay, gotcha. So I should definitely be doing this. Also, I could go inside, so this was definitely super goddamn important. This was incredibly important. Let's see. Oh, I don't know. No, yeah. If he's sitting here, like, we need to see somebody sitting there for reference. Like, how high would his head have gone? But I think he should have been able to see that. I think he should be able to see that from there. Maybe. It's definitely a close call. Because like, you could see the bench from this angle. So if he was seated up there, he should be able to see in. Especially if he's seated on this side specifically. If he's sitting like right here, yeah, he should have a clear shot at it. There's a little handle. What does this do? This seat is a handle, it seems. Aha! Aha! So now we find where a crafty killer could have hidden. Oh, yo. There's also just like perfect space right there. There's nothing blocking it. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. So now we need to find out where dude was sitting, our friend. If he was seated across from him, then the killer couldn't have come out from inside of there because he would have been stuck inside. But if they were seated side by side, shoulder to shoulder, then he could have very easily done that. This is so cool. This is so much. This is so involved compared to most of the stuff. Tell Maya to sit on the roof. I wish, man. Unfortunately, Maya is not even a single spermazoid at this point. She's incredibly not born yet. Let's grab this London thing. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Fizzing with excitement, more like ho ho ho. I bet the very last murder is gonna take place on top of the epic Crystal Tower. It's gonna be basically a crystal-based murder, if you can believe that. It definitely feels like they're building up to it, like Yakuza 0 with the fucking empty lot. Check out the bloodstain. This bloodstain doesn't make any sense. That's blood soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Okay, confirmed. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. There was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Deek, 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 deek. Oh, yeah. I can't find anything out of place. Okay, so the lamp doesn't matter. This is pretty cool. That's just another one of these posters. Yeah, definitely don't comment on the tower. I'm gonna need to find out on my own. I'm gonna need to find out the secret truths of the crystalline tower, the crystalline entity. Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exposition. The Great Exposition. It probably is, let's be honest. They've been showing me that expository dialogue for like 3 hours straight now about this shit. It's definitely important. The Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole— oh, it's just the same fucking thing. Oh, yeah. That's probably the same thing I clicked to. Did I not click on this? What does the notice say, dipshits? I guess it's not— it's about the Crystal Tower, it's not about the cab. Yeah, okay. This notice has nothing to do with the cab, it's not like cab stuff. Cab stuff! Let's check out the skylight. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or a catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. Meanwhile, the judge is just outside like,
What the fuck? They've been in there for 10 minutes. We're in the middle of a trial. What is going on in there?
all I'm saying is when the carriage starts a rockin', don't come a knockin'. Let's step back outside then. Dun, 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 dun. Let's check out this bench. Popsicle stick centuries. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them. They have to pay money to do it? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Owned. I don't know who they were owning there, but they got somebody pretty good. Please refrain from murdering other passengers. That's probably what it said, man. Then I would know that the killer is an evil rule breaker. It couldn't be Ruleman Julius III that they introduced in 5 minutes. Which version of this game do I have? I have the Switch one. I have the Switch port. Ace Attorney Chronicles and the Switch. It contains like the 2 of these games. This one and then the sequel one. Let's check out this back seat. So this is the roof. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. Hold on. I really wish it would let me get up on top of that like I got inside of this place. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the thing is, it depends on where he was sitting. If he was seated in the middle, I don't think he could see the crime scene. If he was seated on the right, he definitely couldn't see the crime scene. If they show us like a layout eventually of where people were sitting, it'll be important. If whichever of the 2 it was on the left, he would have had like 100% he could see it. If it's the middle, it's like 50-50, I don't know. If it's the right, he would not have been able to see it. Just for sure. And we have to remember that it's Hatman. I believe it was Hatman who said that he screamed when he saw it, and that's what attracted everybody's attention. So it's really important that we find out where that dude was sitting specifically. Super, super specifically. Check out the ladder too. Oh no, we don't have to check out the ladder. Okay, in that case, I think I've seen everything. I think I've seen everything I need to here. I'm gonna take one last peek in the cabin just to see if I didn't click on anything, but I think we clicked on it all. Oh, it doesn't have a finished indicator. Shit, it's supposed to. Yeah, because that's what I was thinking is like, I don't know when I've seen everything. I assume I'd just wait until something was like added into the evidence, but I guess not. All right, we're gonna take a peek in here and then, well, I assume that means I'm done based on what you said, but let me just see if I can click on this luggage. No, it's all just the same block. The empty space in the luggage was the same thing. All right, I'm gonna say I'm done then. I'm gonna say I haven't examined it all. All right, cool. I can't believe it! The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Impossible! Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. She's a fucking great Briaboo, dude. She's 100% a great Briaboo. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. She also, like, is super, like, feasting over Sherlock Holmes. She's, like, thirsting over Sherlock Holmes super hard. So I think she's, like, confirmed a great Briaboo. It's like whenever you see a giant American guy wearing a fedora, and he's, like, it's super horny for Japanese girls. It's like the opposite effect of that.
Let us continue with proceedings, then. Your cross-examination, counsel.
Humph. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. You don't give a hell, dude. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. I still want an edit where he slaps his head so hard that it explodes and sprays jelly all over the screen. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! Let's do it. We're doing it. Oh, the crosshair gets a little red check mark. Gotcha. So, like, if I've already looked at one of the pieces of things inside of the little carriage, it would tell me. That makes sense.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other. I don't remember this guy's voice at all. God damn it.
The victim and the man accused of...
No, it's not even close. Fuck, I don't remember.
The victim and the man accused of killing him.
I can't get it back. I can't get it back. I don't care anymore.
Were sat next to each other inside of the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too.
So one of those two guys shouldn't have known. One of these two dudes should not have known what was up. For sure. They both say they saw it, but they can't have both seen it. They can't have both seen it. Unless they were sitting side by side. Also, I can't help but notice that Fairplay's whole thing is that he's always looking to the left. So I feel like he definitely didn't see it either. He was probably sightseeing. So when it happened, only two people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the whole thing. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult spot. Ugh, what am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be? Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. By the way, just so you guys are prepared, we have like an hour and some change, an hour and 20 minutes-ish left in the stream, so this stream is probably gonna end in the middle of this trial. This one, the first trial ever was 6 hours long, so I really doubt this one is wrapping up in under 2 hours. So we'll probably continue next week mid-trial.
It was the customer.
I guess we should press this just for the sake of figuring everything out, but he says he remembers it well, so we'll see if he remembers all the customers. I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. It was so cold, sir. Freezing, in fact.
Okay, they all seem normal. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct?
Yes, that's right, sir. I don't travel in the same parts of the bus, of course, no.
I don't trust you.
And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? Oh, you're crap, why would that, sir? No other passengers like that, no, none.
So nobody fled the scene of the crime then?
I have to say, the boss insists on running it, he does. Every evening, the last buzz of the day.
Beep, 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 beep.
But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say.
What do you mean by that?
Well, with it being so cold and everything, and you only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much in the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside of the bus.
They were next to each other. Yeah, baby. Okay, so it's back on the table. Meat's back on the menu, boys. The fucking, that is still a distinct possibility for where the killer fled, is just underneath this seat. They were sitting next to each other. Confirmed. No fooling. Let's press.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage?
That's right, when you sit up on the top deck. The window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on his side, so I had a pretty good view. The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Aha. Aha. Gotcha. Yeah. So, here's the thing. I don't know if this is gonna get added to the court record thing, but, that guy's not wearing gloves. Here's a fun fact. That guy's not wearing gloves. He's obviously also wearing a completely different goddamn outfit, but, importantly, he's not wearing gloves. And the defendant was wearing leather gloves, and the prosecution is insisting that he murdered the guy while wearing leather gloves. So, yeah, none of it fits. Obviously, the clothes are totally different too, and it's not like flamboyant style, but it was a different day, so that's not really compelling evidence.
The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded.
How can you be so sure?
Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of, rather small stature.
So it was a tiny killer too. That's perfect for us. That means it puts even more credence to the theory that he was hiding his little ass.
I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else.
Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the closed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here.
Ugh, I really wish there was. There is! There is tons of room for doubt here.
Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
This one's definitely like a lot more complex than the original Ace Attorneys though, which is kind of fun. Like there's so many moving parts now that you have to keep track of. Like you have to keep track of the reactions, you have to keep track of like the crazy new evidence styles and shit like that. Alright, so he plunged a knife into his guts. We'll ask if he actually saw this happen.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Yes, he told you.
Didn't I already testify to that? Or a fair dinkum. Hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. What? I've really got his back up? What the fuck does that mean? What did I even say? I was too busy thinking about dinkum stinkum. Please localize the American English, guys. Come on now.
My lord. Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up.
Made up about what?
I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me.
Oh my god. You know what, Juror 3? Just for that, you're the killer. Just for that, I now accuse you of being the killer. Mr. flipping a fucking knife in his hand as we speak. Pretending like he hates the rich when he's clearly rich himself. Fucking... He's having a Hasanabi moment right now. He's having a big Twitch streamer moment. Eat the rich, he says.
There's no point wasting my time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway.
Hold it. That's precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
They do not like this leprechaun man. What the? What is happening here? Grinkum Binkum. They better introduce at least one character named Grinkum Binkum, who's a tall, lanky Englishman. A tall, lanky Englishman with a heart of cold.
Let me see. Yes, it seems that the members of the jury give their verdicts.
With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty.
No, it was red for you stupid. It was red for what's 9 plus 10, Susato.
As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So, if those continuous scales fill up to the black side, that means he dead. Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
Now I'm even more worried than I was before.
Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
He's completely just fallen back into like 90% the old judge's voice, but I can't help it anymore.
Huh?
This is a nightmare.
That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did, I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? You were sitting up on the roof deck, were you?
Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. Ding, 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 ding. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow when he was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat he does on, you see. So I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was just sticking out right from his belly. A huge, great knife.
Oof, a grim sight indeed.
That didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. Stenographer is going fucking nuts, bro. She's killing that stenography game.
That appears to make everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth.
The people who fucking localize this just straight up can't fucking speak English. It is super annoying to me.
If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Maybe that's just how British people say things.
Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir.
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. That's the very one, sir.
Yeah, being a stenographer seems super fucking stressful. Like, imagine you get behind slightly. You know when you're trying to like write something down and you like miss a word or you have to go back and then you try to do catch up? It's like that, but there's people just constantly fucking talking and moving on. How the hell do you catch up? That's like a fucking, I bet stenographers have nightmares about that shit all the time. Just like blanking out for a second and being a sentence behind and having to catch up. Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart.
That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel.
It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar.
Ah, please, no.
M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. The voice actor for this guy is not good, I gotta say. I don't want to be too harsh, but like, he's just not even close. He's just not even close. He never sounds like energized or like, you know, earnest or anything. He just sounds bored every time you hear him fucking talk. Ryunosuke? He's fucking Phoenix Wright, man. He's gotta get a little bit more pep in his objections. It's like the entire thing of the game that is most known for is the like, objection! Objection. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes! Like in Mason.
Objection!
See, now that's an objection right there. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, the weapon of the murderer almost certainly belongs to the accused.
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel.
The largish knife that was found lodged in the victim's agudagayan. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggest it might be quite valuable.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Juror number 2. Go on.
Mr. McGillard is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However,
she's so fucking evil, dude. I was about to say she's a bad mama, but it turns out she's just a devil like the rest.
those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about to do?
Dispose of the rubbish.
Uh-oh. This is not going well. No.
I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today, and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in position to draw the only logical conclusion.
This is not going well. Maybe I have to lose this. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But, all right. I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Oh. I just fucking launched my TV remote across the room by accident. It started slipping, so then I went to catch it, but then I did the thing where you just make the situation a million times worse. It was gonna gently fall right at my feet, and I go to grab it and just fucking launch that shit. I just flung it completely to the other side of the room.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too, old Beppo did.
Oh shit, I didn't press him on that, god damn it. Fuck, I actually hit the D-pad. Alright, so when it happened, the only 2 people in the enclosed cabin were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man trying to do the deed. Okay, we already heard this. Okay, press this. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and I saw it too. What exactly did you see?
Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor, he was.
And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
And the other passenger had that knife in his hand like this.
By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
What? He didn't see it happen. There's no chance he saw it happen.
My lord, I wish to speak.
Yes, sir, number 5. Do I take it that you too?
As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. He wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But then I changed my mind. But I have heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say.
No, please, just keep an open mind a little.
Gee up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight.
All we have left is the oldest lady, dude. All we have left is the oldest woman to help us out here.
Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir.
This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. I love the little old lady, dude. She's gonna save me. She looks like Link's mom from Wind Waker. Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. A gentleman donated it to the city, you know. That put a smile around the London's faces. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for our city.
That's right. A man like that wouldn't stab someone.
Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library?
What? The McGilded Public Library?
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know?
What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? So this guy is not British at all. Like, he's just like straight up Dracula. He's from Transylvania. What kind of a man is he?
The philanthropist, Master McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls.
What?
Stone the crows.
McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of...
Is she making panties? Is she making sexy panties for herself to wear? Because that's awesome. What the fuck? You know what? Of all the things I thought she could be knitting, panties was probably the last thing on that list.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that...
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save a considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed, the final repayment date for his debts it was... Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded.
I don't believe it.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly, Miss Sazato, I kind of forgot you were in the game for a second there. For just a hot minute there, I forgot you were a character. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? You walked right into his famous trap, you simple fool. He's drinking wine on your behalf. He raises the cum chalice in your honor.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law.
There it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice.
How can this be considered acceptable? He's a day drinker, dude.
But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence.
A toast to Japanese woman.
Who the fuck? And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time.
A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
A catalog of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest. All right, let's check this out. We're gonna look at see. Here's what's going on here.
Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
Let's check it out. Let's see. Everything looks normal on the outside, at least. It is purple. McGilded's famous color is definitely purple, so nothing wrong with it so far. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry.
Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of Londoners' gentry personally. Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder.
I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside.
Well, let's see what we find. Oh, goddamn, this is fucking crazy. I can't read any of the scribbles.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness!
What is it?
Look at this! You see the name here?
Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? Aha! Aha! The other witness. So if we get Bruce Fairplay, Hat Man, and maybe even the carriage driver, then we got something cooking here. Because it is a conspiracy. There are co-conspirators to get out of debt. They're just gonna get the guy who they're indebted to arrested in jail prison. That makes perfect sense as a motive. So if we find either cab driver or cab driver's boss in here, that would be pretty good evidence of what's going down. It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment.
Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
Okay, cool. Did we check out the largest knife? It doesn't say M. It says W. It doesn't say M, you guys. It says W. Check this out. It says W. So is Wakabi. He's the killer. I've cracked the case wide goddamn open. It was really simple, as it were. I just had to blame somebody else besides my own defendant. Like, look at this, look at this. In what universe is this an M instead of a W? It's clearly a W. It's even got like the swoops. Like it starts from here, goes up, and then curls around. If it was an M, you would have to draw it like this. You would have to start with the curl, then M, and then swoop it to finish. No one would draw their M like that. That's very stupid. It doesn't make any sense. What you would draw is starting from the simple part and ending in the flourish. Yeah, it's a W. Do we know any W's yet? Any W's showing up? Any W champs?
That part is the sheath, isn't it? Sheath! Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul! Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Oh god, dude. They're gonna use the stupid Kazuma's soul thing as an excuse to bring him back for the entire fucking game. He'll come back like Mia's ghost, but we don't have like a Maya, we don't have like a magic person. So instead it's just gonna be his dipshit ghost blade. Please just leave him dead. Please just leave him dead. I don't want this stupid supernatural shit. It's all covered in goop. Disgusting. It's pretty cool. I like this blade. Ugh, that looks like a lot like blood.
It surely is blood. The victims.
Ugh, an Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood.
Did you think it wouldn't?
Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I understand.
Anything else? Can we really not look at the clear fucking W? Can we really not look at the clear fucking W? An ornate letter M. Undeniably, Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial.
And it's beautifully gilded, too.
It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah,
what is it?
Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything.
A W?
Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. What I am sure of is that this is an M. No, it's not a fucking M. Look at that shit. You would never write it. Starting from fucking this side. There's no way. You would have to be a simple fool.
A simple kind of fool.
That looks way more like a W. That looks 1,000% more like a W. I'm trying to remember what way like cursive script is usually leaning, because it might be an M. Usually all cursive is like slanted in one direction or the other, but I can't remember. No, it would both be going the same way. It would both be curving the same way. This one's like kind of tilting to the left a little bit, but not really. I'm still like fairly convinced it's a W. I'm still like 85% sure it's a W. I'm 85 to 90% sure. Oh shit, dude, it is Phoenix Wright's knife. Oh my god. He literally had to travel back to the past to kill these shitty games that suck ass. He wanted to stop this game from ever being made by making the protagonist lose his first case. So he killed a man. He straight up murdered somebody because he's got such a large ego. He's got such a largish ego.
He's gonna take you back to the past.
Okay, here's another thing. The witness said that the knife was plunged down like this, like in a stabbing motion, but that's clearly not what happened. It was clearly shoved in from the front. That's another thing. Like very, very obviously. If it was plunged in, it could still be horizontal like that, possibly, but it would be at an angle. It would 100% be at an angle. Like there's just no question about it. There's no angle to this stab whatsoever. There's zero angle to it. So he was stabbed from the front, not in a plunging motion, which means this guy didn't actually see what happened. The guy who said that. The guy who said that's basically going to get his ass banned because he's lying to me.
Well, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel.
No, I lost.
Still,
Now.
maybe it's all for the best.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before.
I don't stand for nonsense.
Did I fuck up? Was I supposed to press less? I don't get it. Well, that's the first trial done. I was wrong. We did finish it in time. We totally did finish it in time. That was it. The last juror's decision.
According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
Huh?
The final verdict. It's over then.
Oh! There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
Here's the thing about this guy. Do you think he's drinking that MF sparkling water from the first case? I think he may be enjoying himself a nice glass of sparkling water so that this game can maintain its rating.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
I object. I don't know why, but I do.
Mrs. Zato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense. What did it say next?
Got bodied. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
Summation? Examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected?
Oh,
Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
oh.
What even is it, Mrs. Otto? This so-called summation examination.
Oh, one moment, I'll read about it.
This bitch reads way too many books. Do you understand that we're already in a visual novel, Maya? Do you fucking understand that we're literally already in a visual novel and you're reading? And you're taking time to stop and read? That's like if I was playing fucking Halo and the character's like, oh, just give me a second, I need to shoot stuff first before I let you shoot. Get on with it!
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese.
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try it in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm down to try.
Nah, let's just let them win. Fuck it, why bother trying? The only chance we'll ever get to become a lawyer? We might as well just, yeah, forget it. I don't care. Nah, we'll go ahead and assert it if you could believe that. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
Jason! His voice is trash. His voice is so bad. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
This is madness.
No, this is Sparta. Are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
Did you guys like that fucking reference from the year 2008? Very topical. It was, I'm pretty hip with the kids these days, so I know that they're really into those Sparta remixes.
Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so. All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying, Lark.
That seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
All right then, a summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe, it might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. Meet the Spartans. Oh my god, dude. I fucking forgot about Meet the Spartans. Jesus Christ. What a good film. It's basically the Godfather of our era. God, what a classic. It's like So Softly Love and then theme of Meet the Spartans.
So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus Brigilded, guilty of this most serious crime.
Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. He's got a little pull 'em up rose. He's got a little pull 'em up rose. If I didn't know better, I would think the jury were actually straight up in on it. At least some of them. Not the old lady, but I would think some of these dudes were in debt. Like particularly the guy who said ACAB eat the rich. I would 100% think he's in on it. But it wouldn't make any sense because then he would literally never change his vote to not guilty. It would just stop the game in its tracks.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen.
Okay, so that's an easy one.
I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for 4 years.
Aha! Ding ding a ding! Got him! 4 pence? 4 passengers? That would only equal to 12 pence! Where's the remaining 16 pence, you may wonder? I have to wonder that myself. As a bit of a mathematician, I found it all too easy to poke the holes in this logical fallacy.
That scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief.
You didn't stab him on the floor, you old hoe. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Dead in the water before they come out. Well, that's the thing. It's like, not only is that super true, because it's all like, it's like, you know, when you try to make the Slender Man movie and then it comes out 5 years after Slender Man is relevant. But not only that, but referential humor is literally the lowest form of humor. Like when I tried to make a joke about fucking This Is Sparta, it's the worst thing you can do. It's just not funny. So like basing an entire movie around that, you're fucked before you even start. It's fine every once in a while, like to goof them up, but it's like the whole movie. The whole movie is like, do you remember Battletoads? Sure, yeah. That was funny the first 15 fucking times you referenced it. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh, I thought I was gonna have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
But then...
They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
What on earth am I supposed to do then?
Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Fucking pops her in the jaw, knocking her out instantly. Right, I'm sorry. You have any idea how to do it then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. That being said, I shit on Meet the Spartans and like the superhero movie. We watched that for movie night one week, that the superhero one, the superhero version of that. But I do like Scary Movie for me is a guilty pleasure. I love the Scary Movie movies. They're fucking super stupid, but I love them. Fuck it, I love those so much. To be fair, I watched them for the first time when I was like 10 years old, so that may have something to do with it, but still. I always laugh when I watch those. I like the man with a tiny little hand. Grab my little hand. See if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. All right, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Head explodes. I have to pull this off. Rips own head off.
Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord. Bum, 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 bum. My sword is so stupid, dude. He could have at least brought like a sick-ass like Visigoth battle axe or something. The defense's rebuttal.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems.
4 passengers, with fares pressing total pence. Okay, so yeah, we can just do this. This is easy. I already know what all of the contradictions are because I have a, what's known as in the scientific community, as a mega mind. So like, I've already figured out every single pairing of these jurors. So we pit her against the Mexican idiot, because he thinks that they haven't raised the prices and above 4 pence. And yet 4 passengers would be 20 pence doesn't make any sense. It should only be 11 pence if every passenger paid 4 and there's 4 of them. So like, that's just very easy. Ding, ding, a ding, 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 a ding, ding. Yeah, so we do that. Pit, pit, pit. Oh, it's X.
Objection!
Objection. Is it just me? Like, am I stupid, or does that voice actor just suck for Ryonosuke? Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
They do? Explain yourself.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver Blaze's mane and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group test, wow, this is crazy animation, what? This is the most animation in the entire game so far for the models. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right. I have those precise details so neatly here.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence.
That it is. A fair and convenient single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
Why, man, why?
4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication.
It would be 16 pence.
Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. They got the math wrong in the translation, but like it's close enough, so I won't call them out on it. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we heard nothing about.
Good gracious!
This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Dude, she's turning so many fucking pages, bro. According to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman.
But you are Mexican. That guy actually is Mexican. It's amazing. I can't believe they put him in the game. I feel so happy that I finally got representation. It's like Mario Odyssey and this, and that's about it.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. I do have to go in.
Look at him. He's awesome. He's like George Lopez's friend from his TV show.
Just wait until I get my hands on you, Beppo. This is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same.
Yeah, let's go, maid. What part of Mexico are my ancestors from? I don't fucking know. I don't have any goddamn idea. The Mexican side of my family is a total mess. They're kind of all over the place.
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their... Oh, okay, so you only need 4. That makes sense. The only reason I knew all 6 right away is because I was using the last 2 together that didn't add up with the other ones. Like, they were just by process of elimination matching up. Specifically typewriter woman, I have no idea what... Like, she just doesn't have one. She doesn't have a contradiction. The last 2 are the old lady and the guy with the knife. He says he was stabbed from the side, which is not true. She says he was stabbed on the floor, which is also not true. That's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction. Exactly, you can do it.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavily on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation.
Yabba-dang, Ojahane.
He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen.
Yeah, it goes against the old lady.
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, counsel, post haste.
Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
No, you weren't.
What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you?
We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3.
What? Can't you see I'm busy here?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it?
Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim baker said.
Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it.
Oh, damn.
Catch on!
He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What?
That's my stitches. What a muddle.
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. I wonder if these segments are even like necessary for progression. They feel kind of redundant, right? They're telling us just stuff we already know. They don't actually add anything to the narrative, like this crime solving aspect. They're just like hints almost. So I feel like this maybe is like if you're good enough, you can avoid pressing too much, and you won't even have to get to these segments where you have to win the jury back over. Because it almost feels like just hints, right? Like, this is just telling us what we already knew, that fair play's thing was a lie. And like the coachman saying that he knew where he was stabbed is just not true. It feels like it's just teaching us like where to put our evidence in the main trial. It seems like a sub thing happening. I feel like I could just avoid this if I was better about pressing the right statements. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me.
Yeah.
I can't abide people telling lies.
I love the old lady. She's fucking awesome, dude. Dun, 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 dun.
The scales?
I don't believe it. I love the Mexican guy. He's fucking awesome.
Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some sort of devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all.
If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Dark Jinx.
That's the worst name of all time. Didn't Susato also accuse him of using sorcery in the first case? Why is that a recurring thing? Me?
What exactly is the problem? So what if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events?
What of it?
Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that,
Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you.
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you.
Ugh, they're ready to kill each other now. The armband slipping is so stupid. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? No, because the knife stab wound only happened once. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What's all this then, Dark Jinx?
What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So, where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I'll say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, then show me some proof.
It looks like there's only one way I'm going to convince him. To present him with something he can't dismiss. Something irrefutably hard. As you wish.
What?
I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. As proven by the autopsy. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abd. Only once.
Hey, only once.
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two times.
Gift. Alright, I concede defeat.
Yeah, baby. Woo! The scales is back on my side now. I still don't know if that's necessary to happen. I feel like that might be like not super necessary to happen. It didn't add anything new to the crime. So I think that doesn't need to happen. I think I just fucked up too many times. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leading to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. Dun, 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 dun.
What are you playing at, a dandy fool?
Such a trap, sir. No one deceives me.
But we had a consensus.
I said such a trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head.
This guy really likes that knife a whole lot. You know what? I respect it. He's got a calloused tongue from how many times he's fucking cut that shit open. Please tell me he's a barber.
Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority for me to educate. The trial must continue.
Oh, okay. So it is going to become like important parts of the trial. Just this one was the tutorial one, so they made it like super simple. That makes sense. That's fine.
I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witness to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth.
I thought it might be the kind of thing where it was like adding an in-universe reason why there would be like a help me part, right? Like, you clearly don't know what you're doing because you just keep pressing things, so the game is giving you a little freebie. It's like, well, here are some like obvious contradictions you can start working on.
So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution.
I don't feel like it, sir. Goodbye.
Consume the blood chalice. That looks exactly like High Lord fucking Volnir's little chalice. Fucking hurry up, dipshits.
Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks!
Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence, and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury.
They're pissed. They're all pissed.
Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle.
Dang, he took his cape off.
Bring forth the witnesses once more.
Oh, okay, you can't avoid them, gotcha. They're like completely necessary to happen.
Witnesses, please stop making that annoying noise. I heard you summed the thing. I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir. I'm old Beppo, I am. Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir, I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh, mio Dio.
What?
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
Dun, 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 dun. Various misgivings.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it.
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He fiddled us on the ferry, did? And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I'll tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, yeah. He stabbed him, he did. I think so, yes.
Also, I can't help but notice that Beppo has the exact same leather gloves as the defendant does. That may just be like reusing the asset or something, but no, these are totally different. Like, that's a completely different model. So I don't think it's a coincidence that they have the exact same gloves.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom 5th person conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage.
Beppo, explain yourself.
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
Here's the problem, bro. It still doesn't add up to 16. If there were 3 passengers and they paid 5 each, there's still like 8 coins missing out of that shit, out of that little coffer.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Bippo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence.
Oh. I got incredibly fucking confused. I got incredibly confused.
I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently.
No, that figures. Yeah, that's right. So, 2 things I was stupid. A, the 16 was the fake amount. Like, the amount that it didn't add up to. And B, the fucking, I forgot an entire passenger. I forgot the defendant was also on the train.
And it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of a protected examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Dun 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 dun. It does kind of sound like Sims music. It's like oddly calm, that one track. Like right now I should be spinning around my character to observe the giant, like, oversized grotesque nose I gave him. You should hear like, whammy snar, over all this music. I swear, I only carried 4 passengers.
Bam, 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 bam.
Okay, so he had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Let's do the math, okay? We gotta... Shit, I didn't mean to press that one, god damn it. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4?
Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir.
And I just told you that I did.
A flat fare of 5 pence across the board.
It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. The head shake is great. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place.
They fiddled us on the ferry, did? And then I saw their blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
Wait. Yeah, okay, so he got me there. He got me on the math mix-up. They definitely caught me on the math mix-up for real this time. Okay. I may just press old man again. Let's see. He does say but and then nothing, so I may as well see what he wanted to finish. Finish your sentence, man. So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence? Is that right?
It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold. It was all I could do to stop myself from passing out.
I'm getting chillblades just listening to you.
It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny passenger?
You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night. Then we would have had another suspect. No, I didn't mean to do that. I keep pressing the wrong fucking button. I'm trying to look at the evidence. Hey.
Bling, bling, bling.
Ding, 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 ding. Beppo does look like the kind of, character I would make in The Sims as well, to be honest.
Got any hoinish knife?
Debtor's ledger. Leather. Gloves. Where's the other photo? Oh, that one wasn't a photograph, that's right. The other thing was just people talking about it, how the guy had no gloves on. I really hope we get that evidence eventually, because it seems super important. Alright, let's press this one. This is the important one for sure. This blood-curdling sight.
You mean the murder, I presume?
Yes, sir.
A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken.
Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed.
Good gracious, really?
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it.
Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant.
I heard the banker gent next to me take a shot and take a breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Screaming and eating at the same time is pretty good.
Look at this photograph. Every now and then it makes me laugh.
I love Nickelbag. What an amazing band. They should make a new version of that picture of him holding the photograph, but it's just the fucking stupid prosecutor holding one of his dumbass scrolls. Holding one of his stupid ass scrolls, and the scroll has the Wojak face on it. Okay. He stabbed him, yes he did. Okay, so he saw McGilded stabbing the man. Let's press that. Press that bad boy. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him.
That's what I said, isn't it?
It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question.
Anyway, there were only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there?
There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence.
Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty.
Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was. He saw McGilded stabbing that man. His face is partially obscured by an old hat. I think it's this. It's the fact that the face is partly obscured, but I don't want to press yet because I only get 5 attempts throughout the entire trial to like get it right, to get everything correct. So I want to press the last thing as well just to see if there's anything else to talk about. But that seems like the thing for sure. I just want to be super certain because I can't really afford to lose the points this early. I'm gonna talk to Beppo real fast if you don't mind. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Oh, yes, that's right.
You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant twerking in his face.
I suppose I might have, you know, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. That's when I turned around, yes. Yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes.
So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all?
I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, oh, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Aha, here we go. What the fuck? He's eating it. For a second, I thought he was like pulling a really long, badly modeled mustache, but he's just eating his cane. Do you have something to say, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Hey?
Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Would he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance, no chance. I think I have to get him to explain why he saw it. I think that's the idea. I don't want to let him off the hook. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay.
Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord.
I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what you saw.
Okay, here we go. I'm glad I didn't try presenting that evidence because I would have fucked up.
I'll tell you just how grim it was. You think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man?
Aha! Yeah, got him. Got him. Got him. There you go. Now that one I don't even have to worry about doing it wrong because like this is just completely worded super obviously for me to present against. Blood-soaked hands, but we have the gloves he was supposedly wearing with blood stains on them.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands.
Well, I admit that soaked may be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar.
What?
Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question.
Oh, yes, right.
And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove.
Ah.
In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. I think that since this game takes place in the past, this guy is actually the common ancestor to the noble North American beaver from our own times, because he just can't keep his goddamn mouth off of that piece of wood.
Guyag! But, no, that can't be right.
He even said his famous catchphrase, Guyag.
So you're the liar here then?
Garg! See, here Garg goes again, eating.
That boy eating, boy. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said he egg, it was both hands.
Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
I love the text on that guy's objections, it's super cool. They're like old gothic font, it's pretty good. It was a simple mistake. You cannot justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. That's a cool pose too, I like that one. I like the pose where he's pointing at you very sassily, from behind as well. That's next level pointing action.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Why, boy, I'm a city banker for pity's sake. My wood should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate.
He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, we could turn the tide in this trial completely. We do! Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie. Do you guys know what it is? I know what it is. It's the bloody gloves. No, it's the fact that he was in debt to the defendant.
Yes, counsel.
The defense is ready to present evidence. Dun, 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 dun.
By Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Yeah, it's basically the bloody mamas. I hate the way British people talk, man. Why can't they say normal words like a normal person?
Very well. I hereby call on the bloody mummers.
The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the alleged deception. It's the murder weapon.
Take that!
Take that!
This is the list of debtors who owed money to Mr. McGilded. Bro, Mr. McGilded is gonna grow up to throw his own fucking famous Squid Game. Although it's British, so it would be more like a carbuncle game. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Oi! What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worth being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderate sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, what of it?
let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your dead in that case?
These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist?
Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant?
Goog! Gagagoog!
Dun, 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 dun.
Damn, dude, Mr. Fairplay got fucking body.
Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay!
We have to end here really soon. We're right up against the time limit, so we're probably just gonna get to the next segment of the trial and end it there. Like, once the next little section of the trial begins, we'll just cut it off.
Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future, sir.
Booga.
Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
I really wish that I was able to replicate the booga sound exactly with my mouth. Like, if I could find the perfect audio filter / echoing device and just replicate it completely. At will. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I'll definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying.
He knows something, dude.
Oh, I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens.
Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one.
What? What? Oh my god, what a twist. How do they both remember the same crazy thing?
It seems we will need further testimony from you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes, I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Hey, let's go. We got Mr. Fairplay up against his ropes, but we're gonna have to cut it here, unfortunately. We are completely out of time. And these trials are just too damn long, so I can't really just draw it out. I can't really just like keep going till I finish, because we have no idea when it's gonna end. So yeah, we will call it here. Next week, we will pick up in the exact same spot. Friday, 4 to 9 p.m. Central. Don't miss it. We're gonna complete this case. Oops. The Adventure of the Runaway Coom. The Adventure of the Runaway Doom. I'm nowhere near done. Yeah, okay, I will save though. Good call, good call. So we saved, and we're ready to complete it next time. We will complete this case next time. We will find out the case of the missing room. Man, fuck the missing room. That shit's bullshit. Hope y'all enjoyed though. I'm having a lot of fun with this game so far. I'm really enjoying the new take on it. I start to worry that there may be some feature bloat. Like, the cool thing about Ace Attorney Original was like, it was fairly succinct, you know, like if you knew what you were doing, if you came in knowing like, I need to put this evidence against this, you could like knock it out pretty fast. But this one seems to be a lot more drawn out, which I'm not super sure if I like it. But yeah, overall, I'm liking it a lot. So yeah, you guys have a nice night too. Yeah, I'll catch y'all later. I will catch y'all tomorrow for some games. I think I might do Monster Hunter or something. We'll see. It's supposed to be Dark Souls, but my Dark Souls account is still banned. Unfairly. Free Samuel Dinkerton. Hashtag free Sammy D trending on Twitter right now. But yeah, I'll catch you guys 4 p.m. tomorrow sharp for more games. And yeah, see you then. Peace out for now, everybody. Have a good night.